He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
מנחל בדרך ישתה, על כן ירים
He shall drink of the brook in the way. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
מנחל בדרך ישתה, על כן ירים
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
מנחל בדרך ישתה, על כן ירים
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Yes. Erev Tov. Good evening. Yes, I. Greetings, Rastafari, Israelites. Yes, I. Greetings.
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Yes, greetings, Rastafari, Israelite. Yes, I. Call Kohen, Yehuda, Judah. Yes, I. Greetings, Ras, Yosef, Maccabee, Tafari. Greetings. Yes, I. All honor and praise, just giving thanks and praise. Our Kadus Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. So here we're at the eve Chabarim. The eve, yes, I, the eve of Purim. What is Purim? Chabarim. What is Purim? Well, Purim, we're going to get into it. It's the book of Esther. So we're going to pick up with the book of Esther. Here we had Wisdom Wednesday. So going to begin right here, give thanks. Also, aka Hadassah. Let's just do this from the top right here, since Purim here in the season is coming up, new day at Eve, right? So let's kind of link right here. I think we have kind of an evergreen audible, kind of an overview. Okay, here, Purim. So let's crack open the book of Esther, aka Ishtar. Yeah, Esther is Ishtar. Yeah, so it seems as though like when our peoples were in like foreign, sometimes that we adopted, other names, almost like to protect our own names, from the profanation of the heathen of the other peoples. We adopted some of these other names. So Esther or Hester in the Hebrew, Astir. Astir, like an asterisk. Asterisks mean like a star. Asterisk, Esther, Hester, Hadasha. You know what I mean? So Ishtar, Esther is Ishtar. But anyway, let's get an overview right here. Rastafari.
Purim Sameach Habarim Mishpacha Shelanu. Happy Purim, family. Right here. There's an intro right here. The book of Esther. The book of Hester, Astir, Ishtar, the book of Esther. The significance of the book of Esther is that it testifies to the secret watch care of Jehovah over dispersed Yisrael, over dispersed Yasharallah, over dispersed Beta Israel. The name of Hashem, the name of God, does not occur once. The Hebrew name of God does not occur once, but in no other book of the Hebrew Bible is his providence, Jehovah Jireh, Yahweh Yireh, Jehovah Iri, his providing more conspicuous. A mere remnant return to Yerushalayim, to Jerusalem. Once again, now point this to even the latter days in time, even the land grant, right, of the Ethiopian World Federation Corporation. Note this here of Jah people, a mere remnant returned to Jerusalem. The mass of the nation preferred the easy and lucrative life under the Persian rule. So we can look at this even with I of the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, that some, a remnant, went to, as we would say, repatriate, to return to the land. But the mass of the nation, the dispersed people, preferred, by comparison, the easy and lucrative life under the Persian rule then, right? But Elohim, Hailahim, did not forsake them. But even though, right, Jehovah did not forsake them, and Jehovah does not forsake I, even here in these foreign lands, so to speak. What he here does for Yehuda, for Judah, he is surely doing for all the covenanted people, all the covenant people. So this is like an example what he did for Yehuda. Because remember, Yehuda, Judah, even with the remnant returning, they were the only ones that had returned. The 10 tribes, we could forget about it for that time, until even these later times, But it was Yehuda, it was Judah, along with the tribes of like Benjamin, because we note that there that Esther or Hadassah and her cousin Mordecai were of the tribe of Benjamin, but they are Yehudi, they are Judeans. All right, let's go on. So the mass of the nation preferred the easy and lucrative life under Persian rule. Like remember that Pato Bantan song he had, Enough Dread, I think it's called Enough Dread. He said some dread said like, why should they go to Africa, where they could drive a crisp car and be, and be big in like Babylon, you know what I mean? Big about y'all, like abroad and everything. It's an interesting kind of a contrast right there. But even so, Jah does not forsake his people, right? What he does for Judah, for Yehuda, he is surely doing for all the covenant people, right? Even I here in this North Country, so-called Black American, we have done for even the black people here. We can see he does for all of the diaspora everywhere. So we even gather even here in this North Country for like reasons as we have in the book of Esther. Now the book here is in 7 parts, the book of Esther. The first part is a story of Vashti, or as it's translated here, Vashti, right? That was the former queen of Xerxes in chapter 1, verses 1 to 22. The second part is Esther. Esther is made queen in Esther chapter 2, verses 1 to 23. The third part is the conspiracy of Haman, right? In chapter 3, verses 1 to 15. The fourth part is the courage of Esther brings deliverance in chapter 4, verse 1 to chapter 7, verse 10. Then we have the fifth part. The fifth part is the vengeance. Right? In chapter 8, right, verses 1 to chapter 8, verses 1 to chapter 9, verse 19. And then we have the sixth part. The 7 parts of the book of Esther is where we have the Feast of Purim. And this comes forward in chapter 9, verses 20 to verse 32. And then the 7th part is like an epilogue. And it's chapter 10, verses 1 to 3. So here on the eve right here, entering that time, and also Esther is significant because it's one of the, I think, 60 to 80 something places, depends on the version of the Bible you're reading, where we have Ethiopia or Cush mentioned. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus who ruled as king from India, from Hindia, even to Ethiopia, to Tobia, over 120 provinces. This is how it begins off right here. Ethiopia mentioned right at the top. So here, Shema Yisrael, Purim Sameach, happy Purim. Here.
Let the righteous be glad. Let them rejoice. Let them God. Let them God. Let them God. Let them God. Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari.
The Holy
Yes,
Bible, the King
yes,
James
yes,
Version,
yes.
read by Alexander Scorby. The Book of Esther, Chapter 1. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, this is Ahasuerus which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia over 127 provinces, that in those days, when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace, in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast unto all his princes and his servants, the power of Persia and Media.
Yes. So here, Eve of Purim, Chabarim. So here, Book of Esther, the Megillah, Esther, Esther. Right? Esther is the Hebrew for Ishtar. Yeah. So here we have this right here, Esther, chapter 1, verse 1. Now, it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. I don't know if you saw the movie. It was that movie, The 300. You remember the movie 300? They had this guy, I think Xerxes. I think this is who is related to, or at least this name, Ahasuerus. This name right here, right? Achash, Achashverosh, Achashverosh, or in the English, Ahasuerus. Yeah, it's one of them kind of names there, right? Let's look at the Hebrew again, the Ivrit. Achashverosh, Achashverosh, or Achashrosh, right? Ahasuerus. Now, BDB brings out the name as I will be silent and poor. Not too sure about how Brown's Drivers Briggs is certain right there, but we'll check it, cross reference it with the Strongs. Right here we have as a title of the King of Persia. I've often said, I want to say it again, get some witnesses if it comes to pass, that Persia is the end of the matrix. What do we mean, Chavarine? That Persia is the end, like the Babylonian matrix, because matrix is like a womb, they birth something. Yeah. So anyway, the end of the Babylonian or this Western Gentile, the times of the Gentiles matrix, that Persia is the end of the matrix. I'll link that hopefully here, remind me. But here, the title of the king of Persia. So this is similar in a sense Hebraically with Paro, right? The and this is one way that possibly the ancient Kemetic or the Metunet, right? The Romu Kemet might be pronounced for Pharaoh. Like to say house, like great house, right? In the Hebrew context, as we have in the scripts, is paro, or sometimes pointed as pharo, great house, right? Also with the name, who's the name of the Philistine, the so-called the righteous one? What was it? Ahimelech. Is it Ahimelech? I think it's Ahimelech. Some will say Ahimelech, but Ahi, my brother, my Ach. brother, Achi Melech, my brother king. Some say that is a title Philistine wise for the names of their king. So here, just looking at here on the eve of Purim, here in the season, looking at the name Ahasuerus. So Ahasuerus, as they say right here in the Browns Drivers Briggs, is possibly Xerxes. So if you check out that movie, The 300, oh, it was weird, like how they had Xerxes, in that movie, The 300. He was really, really weird. You know what I mean? If you haven't checked out that, it's an interesting movie. It's a part of history and it kind of connects with the Bible as well as that whole 300. For the Hebrews, we as Hebrews of faith, speaking pertaining to faith, not flesh, but Hebrews, and Beta Israel, we have, I think it's in Judges, I think it's Gideon or in Judges where we have our own 300. But anyway, so here, as we look at the first verse, just to zoom in on the first verse right here of Esther, right? It says, now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, aka Xerxes, right? This Ahasuerus, Ahashverosh, right? That reigned from India even to Ethiopia over 107 and 20 provinces. All right. So here the KJV puts this in what they call this again, parentheticals. They call it like parentheses, parentheticals. Right. Even though if we look at the Hebrew here, right, just to get a little groundation on this book, why is it important here? Esther, Hester, right? The Megillah from Galal, like to roll. Megillah is like a scroll. Megillah, Esther. Some of the Ashkenazi European Jews, because of their mother tongue, they will say Megillas. It's like a lisp. It seems to be in their mother tongue speech. They'll say Megillas, right? But proper Afro-Semitic Hebrew, Megillah, right? And the scroll of Megillat Esther. So here we have the first verse. It says, Wayahia bimei Ahashverosh. Once again, this is the Ahashverosh, right? Ahasuerus in the English, right? A title of the king of Persia, right? The end of the Babylonian matrix, the king of Persia. Remember, it was the Persian king that had defeated the Babylonians. The Babylonians took the tribe of Judah into captivity, right, for 70 years. And it was Koresh, aka Cyrus, who had defeated Babylon, right, the king of Babylon, and took over. So that's another kind of case in point. But I'm talking about the matrix of this latter days and times, of this Greco-Roman civilization, world order, right? The times of the Gentiles, or the times of the nation states. Right. So here they have as a proper name. Oh, we didn't even go down here to Strong's before. So they said of Persian. So this Ahashverosh is said to be of Persian, or we can say ancient Iranian. Iran, he ran, she ran, they ran, Iran. Ancient Iranian, right? Origin, right? Ahashverosh, that is Ahasuerus or Artaxerxes. Some call the same one. So this is just the same one by different authors and researchers, and depends on what time or what language the name is kind of differently, interpreted or translated. So the same Ahashverosh is Ahasuerus in the KJV, or also known as Artaxerxes, right? But in this case, Xerxes, right? Xerxes, the title rather than name. So this is said to be the title, right? So this Ahasuerus, as we mentioned a little earlier, is like Pera, the great house, right? For Egypt, the great house, like we say the White House, the great house is like a title, as well as Ahimelech among the Philistines, right? So certain titles that in the Hebrew. So it's not giving the proper name, but the title, right? So here it says, Wayahia bimeya Ahashwerosh, who Ahashwerosh, he is Ahashverosh, Ha-Molech, Ha-Molech, Molech. Interesting. Here's where we get to when we say, well, what is Molech, right? Molech is like almost like, you remember this here is like in more of an Aramaic influence. So we look at Esther, it has some like Aramaic or Eastern Shemitic influence. So, here, Ha-Molech, right? Molech, Yimlok, to rule, right? Ha-Molech, he ruled, to say like he is like the one who reigned. Translation, to reign, right? From Malak, right? From Malak right here to become king, right? And in the whole file, you see the whole file right there, the whole file sense of Malak. This is the basic orders of build in the Hebrew. It's like the menorah. You see how the menorah has a center branch, the shamesh, and then it has 3 on this side, and then it has 3 on that side, according to the Torah. The same with the Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh. Kodesh. Not Kodash, but Kodesh, right? The holy language. So here we have the root in the Shamesh. So if you look at the menorah, I said I was going to do this, and we got to do this because it's a kind of a very easy way based on the pattern to really kind of get some of the basics. And then as you go along, practice makes perfect. So Malak, right? So we have Malak, the basic sense, to become king or queen or to reign. So in the sense of Hebrew, Malak, right? If you found it in a scroll written, it would be saying like this one was king or this one reigned. Like he was king. He was king. He reigned. He became king, right? Or he reigned. Or in the feminine sense, reign. But when we look at the whole file sense in Ha-Molech, right, it's the sense of to be made king or queen, right? But a sense of to reign, right? He reigned, Ha-Molech, right? May Hodu, May Hodu. I always wondered about this. I know in Amharic to say like India, right? Right? Is like Hind. Like say instead of Ind, like India, drop the D part, the E part, the IA part, and add the H. It's like Hind. Like someone say Hind, but in pronunciation Hind. So I always wondered, like, yeah, what is that? I wonder what did the ancient Hebrews refer to India as, right? And heal up Ras Yosef, man, could be Tafari, for the reasonments. We're gonna pick up on that. But right here, right? Hodu, right? Here we have Hodu. You see a Hodu right here. Hodu, right? Hodu here. BDB says, right? Either or. BDB is not quite certain here, but it says India, Hodu. That is what India is called here in the first chapter of Esther, right? Verse 1, right? Hodu, the name for India, some say means to flee away or to give thanks. In a sense, when we say Hodu la Yahweh, y'all give thanks, Hodu. So when we say in the Hebrew Hodu la Yahweh, y'all give thanks. Oh, y'all give. It's like a command to you all to give thanks. In a sense, to hand it, Yada Hodu, to hand it to him. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. So right here, Brown Jarvis Briggs defines this as BDB as the country surrounding the Indus, the Hindus, some say Hindus Kush, right? The Hindus mentioned as the eastern border, right? So here it's mentioned in the first chapter of Esther as the eastern border of the empire of Ahasuerus, aka Xerxes, the Persian ruler, the ancient Iranian ruler. Proper name, location. So here, Strong's breaks this down as the definition of Hodu, the Hebrew for India, of foreign origin, Hodu. And here they say that is to say Hindustan, or i.e. India. So it says right here, once again from the top, Wayahia bimeya Hashwerosh, Hua Hashwerosha Hamolek, May Hodu. He's the one who reigned from Hodu, from India, Va'ad Kush. Va'ad Kush, May Hodu, Va'ad Kush, May Hodu, Wa'ad Kush. Ad, going on to Ad, going as far as up to Cush. So here we have Cush, right? Cush here, BDB defines Cush as black, right? Here we have in the BDB, Brown Drivers Briggs. In the scripts, we have a Benjamite of the tribe of Benjamin, right? Mentioned only in the title of Psalm 7, defined as a noun proper masculine. And secondarily, we have the son of Ham, the son of Ham, and grandson of Noach, right? And the progenitor here of the southernmost peoples located in Africa. Let's pause here. You know, when Abraham, when he goes into Mitzrayim, it says in the scripts, he went into Mitzrayim, the Tawit. And then it says when he came out of Mitzrayim, Abraham, right? He went to the Negev, and the Negev is the south, just to point that out, right? So here it says that Ham, the progenitor of the southernmost peoples located in Africa, ancient Tobia, aka Ethiopia, continentally speaking. Noun proper masculine. The third entry for Cush, right, is the peoples descended, right, from Cush. Noun proper masculine. Fourth entry here, the land occupied by the descendants of Cush, right, located around the southernmost parts of the Nile. Notice it's pointing south, the south, right, the south, right, southernmost parts of the Nile. And here the link with the Nile and Tobia or Ethiopia. Now, what's interesting and important to note is that the Nile River is, I think, one of the only rivers, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know one of the main rivers in the world that actually goes in the opposite direction, right? And it was from south to north, right? Which thereby proves that the origin, right, of those rivers, right, the River Nile, is in inner Africa, Tobia, Ethiopia. You check, right? So the origin, they say, I love when they say this in their definitions, their dictionaries. They say the origin, probably a foreign origin, right? Probably a foreign origin, right? Which is an interesting note if that is true, right? But here Strong's definition, right? It says Cush or Ethiopia, the name of a son of Ham and his territory. You see where it says over here, it says also an Israelite. Right. So now, as this is translated right into the King James Version, is sometimes as ch, hush and kush, hush and kush. That translation right there, what you see is the two possible ways in Hebrew that a Hebrew speaker, depends on the dialect, might say kush. One might say hush, right? Hush, right? For somewhat of a syllabated K, and the other with more of a regular firm K, kush. But here, i.e. Ethiopia. So what's interesting here, when it speaks about this Ahasuerus right in the beginning of Esther, it speaks about the territory that he ruled over. Mehodu, from the Hodu or India, Mehodu, right? Wa'ad Kush, to Kush, right? Or to Ethiopia, right? But remember down here, when it speaks about Kush, it also says also of an Israelite. Check, right? So here it says Sheva, or Sheba, right? 7, Sheba, right? With Esrim. Esrim in Hebrew is actually 2 tens. Esrim. So what is 2 tens? Right? It's 20. So Esrim is 20. Right? Esrim. Right? Esser, Asar, Esser, and the Yod Meme, the Eem. Right? The Eem meaning 2 or more, but usually 2. Esrim. Right? So 2 tens, 20. So 7 and 2 tens and 20. Meya, touching on a few numbers here, right? Meya, right? Meya or Meya. So there's 2 forms of this, right? Meya for 100. Meya, keeping it a Meya. Meya or Meya. Meya, Meya, right? Meya. Usually Meya, right? So it's 100, right? Basically 100. Medina, right? Umayyah Medina. So here it says that this king of Persia, he ruled from India to Kush. Now that's just an important note right there, because I think it repeats it at least once more, right? I don't think 3 times, but at least once more in the book of Esther, right? So it says he ruled over 7 and 20 and 100 Medina. What is a Medina? Coal Medina. You know, we hear about Coal Medina, Gold Medina, Medina, right? Medina means in Hebrew a province, a district. Interesting. So that we have to reconsider what that place out in Arabia is. Medina, right? Medina, from a Hebrew perspective, simply means a province or a district, a province, right? The Medina. But going into the Hebrew sense, properly like a judgeship or like a jurisdiction, right? By implication, a district, right? A particular district that's ruled by a judge, right? Or in some cases by judges, but by a judge is a Medina, right? And then it comes from the root word din and dun, right? Where we also get the name of one of the tribes of Israel, Dan, right? Which means to judge, right? To contend or to plead, to act as judge or minister judgment. So here he ruled over 127 Medina, right? Now it's interesting in the Hebrew, it doesn't say it in the plural, Medinot, right? Or Medinim. No, it says it as a singular, right? Be that as it may, let's go over here. So this is an important verse right here, right? And we could get into this a little bit more at the eve right here, right? In those days when the king Xerxes or Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, that was in Shushan, right? The palace. Now, Shushan is also important for us, especially in many Psalms, right? Also, Shushan is important because of what's called the so-called six-pointed star, right? Shushan. Why? Because Shushan refers to the lily, right? If you study the shape, the nature, the pattern of the lily, you'll see that the lily, right? Most lilies form a kind of a Magen David pattern, a so-called six-pointed star pattern, right? So one say, well, what's the origin of this symbol, of this shape, right? Right? And some say, well, this shape, a six-pointed star, is the devil, like the devil owns something. You know what I mean? For real. You know what I mean? But we actually see this in creation. And this word Shushan, Shoshanim, we say Shoshan, refers to lilies, but also Shoshan, right, Hebraically refers to trumpets. Because if you look at the shape of a lily, right, if you look at a lily shape, you know, from like a kind of a profile, it's similar to, you know, is similar to like the silver trumpets, Hebraically speaking. So this was the winter residence of the Persian kings located on the river Ulai, or the Coaspes, right? But Shushan, let's go a little deeper, right? So Shushan, right? Sometimes as Shoshan. So either you'll find it in the scripts as Shushan, or in some places Shoshan, or in the sense of Shoshana, Shushana, almost like saying Susanna, right? Susanna. Here we have the lily, right? It says probably any lily-like flower, right? Shoshanim, right? We find this in the title of Psalm 45. Now, why is Psalm 45 important? Well, you know, for we of the royal order, right, of the Ethiopian Hebrews, the coronation, right, of that man child, Rastafari, Mekonnen, right? This was one of the main coronation psalms. You can find this in the order of the coronation, right here. But notice when it says probably any lily-like flower, right? We can go into this in some depths right here, but here, Strong's definition, the main thing is that this actually gives the truth of that so-called Star of David shape Hebraically and scripturally, right? Why? Well, let's go on right here, Strong's definition. Now it tells us it's from this root word here, sus, right? Which is the verb, sus and cease, right? Means to display joy or to exalt. But here here we have Shushan, Shoshan, Shoshana, right? Suzanne, Susanna, Shoshana, the lily, right? Now remember, the lily is significant in at least three ways, Hebraically, right? First of all, the lily, as is found in certain areas of the scripts, the Psalms, and also in Psalm 45, Carnation Psalm, and also how it links with the Judaic Hebraic tribes scripturally. We can get into it as we come across them. But just to give an overview, so we have a lily. Here they say from its whiteness. Yeah, but not all lilies, there's some different colors too. But anyway, as a flower, but here's the key part, as a flower or architectural ornament. I want ones to see this here because in the Torah reading and feeding, right, we find that after the molten calf incident, that it says that the Israelites no longer put on their ornaments. So I thought, okay, so the Israelites, after they came out of Mitzrayim, they had ornaments, maybe jewelry or medallions, or, just ornaments, jewelry that they were, right? And the jewelry, no doubt, had certain shapes or significance, right? So here we see the lily, right, with both its trumpet-like shape and also with its six-pointed star like shape, right? Was one of the patterns, right? As a flower, you see what it says as a flower or an architectural ornament, right? So let's connect this with the lily, the Shushan, right? And the Torah reading and feeding here that we're at here. We're at the 21st sabbatical study, for this the Shabbat strong. You know what I mean? This Torah reading, this Torah Kիթשא, when you lift up the head. Right? Now, this is also Torah reading and feeding, where the people committed a great crime, a great sin, a great uckery, right? And they had broke the covenant. They was in breach of covenant. And then when they heard what Yahweh said concerning them being a stiff-necked, right? Stiff-necked or stiff-necked people, right? They, lamented what the scripture calls the evil tidings. And then the scripture says that they took off their ornaments, right? So this is why we want to just kind of link this right here to the Shushan, right? The Shushan, right? As a design, right? And seeing how this word, it plays a significance in the Hebraic and also scripturally, right? There's a significance with the people with this word sound and the trumpet and the lily, right? Also the straight trumpet, we have the straight trumpet, like the second of the two trumpets. There are two types of simple, basically, trumpets. One is the ram's horn, right? And the other one is the silver trumpets, right? So the trumpet from the tubular shape. So here we have lily, and also in the translations, you'll find in the scripture, Shoshanim, right? So here it's interesting, take that off right there. Here it's interesting that it notes that the throne of his kingdom, where the throne of his kingdom was a place they call Shushan. Perhaps they had a lot of lilies there. Who knows, right? The palace, right? So here we get into this a little bit more right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, because here we have the story of a Hebrew let's say heroin. But you see, when you say heroin, like a female hero, it sounds like the drug. But be that as it may. But here we have Queen Esther, Queen Ishtar, right? Queen Ishtar. So we went over the overview right there. We got a little more to share right here that we like to share with y'all right here. But suffice it to say, we also have a very important psalm. And I think that some of the main matters also come up there as well. We have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 75. You know what I mean? Psalm 75, very, very important. Luku Batalawa. We have the fourth day's Aliyah right here for this Torah reading and feeding, right? And we have the prepping for Purim, right? What is Purim, right? And ones might ask, well, why, do we or should we, observe this thing called Purim, right? And we say yay, but would like to make the case, based on the scripts, Not just yet. No, not just yet. We're gonna share it right now. Also, recall and remember we had what was that? The Shabbat Zakor. Remember the Shabbat Zakor, right? The Sabbath of the remembrance, right? The Sabbath of the remembrance. Let's go over this like this right here, right? So we can keep it pushing right here. Okay, first things first, right? Where from the Sabbath of the remembrance, we was told that we must blot out, right, the name of Amalek, right? Amalek. Who was Amalek, right? Well, we have Amalek, right, as the son, the grandson of Esau, right? He's a descendant of Esau, and it's kind of very interesting because in the previous Torah reading and feeding, right, in the previous Torah reading and feeding, we had the Haftarah, the prophet's reading was Samuel, right? It was Shemuel, right? And remember what happened with Samuel, right? With Samuel and Saul, right? Saul was told he was sent on a mission, right, to wipe out, right, the Amalekites, right, because of what they had did to the Israelites after they would come out of Mitzrayim. They attacked, from the rear, and they killed, like, the old people, the feeble people, women, children, you know what I mean? So the holiday of Purim, right? Let's touch on this right here. Let's see if we can bring this out here on the screen again for you, since we're going to just get into a couple of definitions of terms, right? Scripturally, biblically right here. All right, so it's Purim. The first thing we should ask is Purim. Yeah, that's Xing out the name of Amalek. Is Purim in the Bible, right? So here in Esther, scrolling forward to Esther chapter 9, verse 26, wherefore they call these days Purim, right? After the name of Pur, right? Therefore, right, for all the words of this letter, and that they had seen concerning this matter, and that had come to them, right? So here we have Pur. So Pur here means lot, like a lot, like lots. Another way to say like dice, basically, like ancient dice were called lot, like lots, right? Lots, like, to roll the dice, to so-called proverbially roll the lot, right? So we have Pur. So basically Purim means dices. Purim means dices. So here we first find Purim is found in the scripture 5 places, 5 verses. This is the first of the 5 verses in the Megillat Esther, right, in the scroll of Esther. Therefore, they call these days Purim, right? Right, Purim, right after the name of Pur, right? So let's look at Pur right here. Pur is a singular, Purim, right? Remember Pur, Purim, right? A lot, a piece, right? Here, a special feast among the post-exilic Yehudi. So these are the Judahites, the Judeans, right? After the exile, right? To celebrate their deliverance from Haman, right? Haman's destruction, right? Through Queen Esther's heroic actions, right? Heroic actions, right? So here, Strong's definition defines a lot, right, as by means of a broken piece, because sometimes lots were different things, right? But pour as a word, right, means to break, to crush, right? To break, to crush. But pour, right, as a verb, right, to break, to crush, but as a noun, it means a lot, like dice. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to grab a couple of, pictures of the dice. You know what I mean? Not in a game, but what it was that Haman, he rolled the dice, right? Like some people in their divination, they would roll dice to find out like what the most proper time there is to do this or to do that. And this is what Haman, right? The Agagites. He was an Agagite, but the Agagites were related to the Amalekites. So the holiday of Purim, right? Not one of the 7 appointments of Yahweh, but something that the Yehudi, the Judahites that we celebrate, right? It celebrates the victory of Yah's people, right, of the Judahite people. So strictly speaking, it's a Judahite, specifically because of the experience of those who were Yehudi. Now, here's what's the interesting point, is that when we trace Esther, right, Hadassah, she's actually a Benjamite. And when we look back on what Shaul did, what Saul did, Saul was the first king of Israel. He was a Benjamite. And some say that, well, he was told to, exterminate, right, the Amalekites, and he only partially fulfilled that command. So basically, he failed to fulfill that command, right? And some say that if he had done, right, what he was to do, then the Yehudi, right, in the time of Esther and so many other things could have been avoided, right? Because, he would have wiped out that descendant of Esau that Yahweh says in the Torah post Exodus, right, to do so, and therefore the Bnei Yisrael were to remember this, right? So it's a positive command, right, to remember this and to blot out the remembrance, right, of Amalek. That's why you'll find sometimes when you see the name Amalek written in Hebrew, you'll see various different ways of scratching out the name or Xing out the name, because usually remembrance is connected with name. Because when Yahweh revealed, right, to Moshe, right, who he be and what to say to the Bnei Yisrael, he said, this is my name and this is my memorial. This is my remembrance, right? So for Purim, from Pur, so we have the dice. Basically, Purim could be interpreted properly as the dice, right? It celebrates the victory of the Judahite, the tribe of Judah people, right, over the 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 world flesh, the satanic seclorum, right, we say Beta Israel, of anti-Judahiteness. Some, nowadays other Yehudis will say anti-Semitism, right? And that term can be more effective, right, if some of the applications of anti-Semitism wasn't against the people who are Semitic. In fact, Hebrew is an Afro-Semitic language. Hebrew, the language Hebrew, yeah, it's an Afro-Semitic language. This is why we see links, right, strong links with Amharic and Ge'ez and Tigrinya, and what I mean, and also other linguistics of people who are called, quote, so-called Africans, right? But this here celebrates the victory of the Judahite people over the dark, the disilluminate forces, right? The darkness, right, of those who are right, anti-Judahite people, right? Tribe of Judah people specifically, or in a sense, anti-Semitism in the world, right? In a sense, the entire holiday is like a spoof, in a sense. The way Purim is often practiced is almost like a spoof or a joke made at the expense of those who would senselessly, right, hate, right, the tribe of Judah, right, the Judahite, and therefore the Beta Israel, the Israelite people, and who therefore hate, right, the God, the Elohei Yisrael. Now, it's interesting here in the season, right? Here in the season, we had which psalm was it? It was Psalm 83. Just recently we had Psalm 83, right? Just pointing out Psalm 83. Psalm 83 carries that same message. That's why, according to the royal order, it's interesting that it rises up at this point in the year, corresponding to Torah reading and feeding, and corresponding with, the holidays, the feasts, and the festivals. Check, right? So Purim, right, is therefore both a time of irony. There's some irony to this, because when you go through the Esther and you really see how the whole drama works out, what I mean? It's very, very ironic. It's almost like a spoof, a joke, made at the hater's expense, right? So Purim, almost like it's like the holiday brings out what the narrative is speaking about, right? The irony, right? And a time to celebrate how Yahweh, how El Elohei Yisrael secretly acts on behalf of his people. so that they will eventually triumph over their enemies. So now Purim, right, is more Judahite, right, in a sense than it is Israelite. Although the baraka of it, right, extends to call Yisrael, all of Israel. Why I say that is because Esther and Mordecai, they were Benjamites, right, but they were Yehudi, they were Judahites, right, but more of that as we go through the narrative, right. So we'll triumph over, right. Yahweh helps his people to triumph over, right, their enemies. And even the way in Esther that this triumph is brought about, it is very, very ironic, because what the enemy did, he rolled the dice and he went to his like divination, right? He used like divination. He wanted to find out what was the most propitious day, the most propitious day, what I mean, to attack, right, the Yehudi, the tribe of Judah people that were in Persia, from India, Hodu, to Kush, to Ethiopia, right? Over those 127 provinces. So it wasn't just to the people who were in Persia directly, right? But it was to all the Judahite people. So he rolled the dice and he found out that, oh, this is the best day. This is the best day to do this. You know what I'm saying? And it so happened that that day, the pit he was trying to dig for the Judahite people, the tribe of Judah people, he fell into it himself, in other words, right? So he tried to destroy the Judahite people, even the Judahite people in exile, right? And many enough have tried to do this, right? Even for we, right, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, but they have not succeeded. You know what I mean? The grace of Yahweh, right? Bashem Yeshua. So we say this, we say Yisrael Chai. So there's a saying, right? There's a saying that we say Am is people, Yisrael is Israel. So Yisrael, the people of Israel, Chai. The people of Israel live. You see why I pointed out that it's mainly a tribe of Judah, right, in the epicenter? It's because of what was said in the Baraka, right, by the patriarch, right, to the tribe of Judah, right? He says, Judah, Yehuda, right, you are he to whom the gathering of the people will be, right? Judah, right, you are he who your brethren shall praise, Yehuda, right? So we have to keep this in mind, because when we look at the narrative, right, Judah is like, if all of them were like Jedis, then Judah would be like the last of the Jedi, right? When you think about it, even in the new covenant sense, there was a tribe of Judah, right? And there were others who were not of the tribe, but they were also Yehudi. They were Judahites. So we have to reason on that, right? So to be a Judahite or to be a Yehudi, right? Does this mean that you have to be of the tribe, right? Because remember that Esther and Mordecai, right? They're Benjamites, but they are Judahites. They are Yehudim, right? And remember what Paul said, right? Paul said he is a Judahite. He's a Yehudi, right? Of the tribe of Benjamin. So you see that gathering of the people to Judah, how that word of prophecy works itself out. That's why I try to remind the Chaverim, my fellow, brothers, sometimes when we're reading areas of the scripture and we might see Jews there, right? And maybe we want to say Israel instead, we should at least say Yehudi, right? Yehudi, right? Or Judahite, right? Right. So here, Yisrael Chai, right, means the people of Israel live, or the people of Israel live, right? Yisrael, Israel, the Beta Israel. Let's say it. Let's say it as it is. The Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israel, is Yahweh's super sign that he is faithful to his covenant promises. His super sign, right? Yisrael is Yahweh's super sign that he is faithful to his covenant promises. Now we have Jeremiah, right? Let's touch on this for a moment right here, right? Before we ride up with more, we have Jeremiah, right? Just going with the inspiration, seeing where we're at here in the season, and new light in the eve. We'll be going into, Yah willing, I and I live, going into a Purim, here on the air and in the Irit, Yah willing, right? But let's bring this up here on the screen for your Chaverim, verses 35 to 37. Let's get this right here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's bring this up on the screen. Right, here we go on the screen. So here we're at Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 35 to 37. For right now, let's just put it on KJV light. All right, all right, right. Thus saith Yahweh, who giveth the sun for a light by day, the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, that divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. Yahweh Tsebaot, Yahweh Jehovah, Yahweh of hosts, of armies, Shemo, his name. Now remember also the connection of that name, Yahweh of hosts, Yahweh Tsebaot, right, with the ark, right? We learned this in our deeper study of Psalm 24, right? Remember the Psalm 24, the Melech HaKabod, the King of Glory Psalm right there. There's a connection with the use of the names Yahweh Tsebaot. I think that this compound name, Yahweh and armies, is Sabaoth, Sabaoth, I think it first rises up in the time of Shemuel, in the time of Samuel, right? So it's also important to study how different, some might call it compound names, right? Right, of he who be, who he be, come about. But this also is connected with the ark. That's what I want to just remind myself and remind the eye right there, right? Here, verse 36, just these three verses. If those ordinances depart from before me, saith Yahweh, he who be, we be, Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. The seed, which is the race, right? So a lot of people say, oh, there's no race in the Bible. Or there is race. The proper word for race is seed, right? The proper word for race is seed, but racism has kind of messed that up too, right? But the seed of Israel, right? The race of Israel, right? Also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Verse 37. Thus saith Yahweh, if heaven or the heavens above can be measured, right? And the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, right? So it's interesting. They've been trying to go out into outer space, what they call outer space. So what is this? Inner space? They're trying to go into outer space, right? To measure, how big the so-called galaxy, the universe, all of that, the red light and everything. Yeah. And the foundations of the earth. And the what? The foundation of the earth. We even said that they've seemed to have allegedly searched more of so-called outer space than they have of inner space in the depths of the ocean. Notice how verse 37 says, and the foundations of the earth search out beneath, right? That's going down deep. He says, I will also cast off all, he says, all the seed, right, of Yisrael for all that they have done, saith Yahweh, right? So right there. So these three verses here, right? So why do we bring out these particular three verses here? Because it connects with the theme of Purim, right? And now when Purim rises up, right? When it rises up in the year, we know that Passover, right? Pesach is near, right? So those who have faith in the Moshiach, Yeshua, right, whether they call themselves Christians, Christian, Nazarenes, but those who have faith in the King of Kings Christ, Getach and Jesus Christos, the Moshiach, Yeshua, right, likewise can and should trust that Yahweh's sovereign hand, right, his sovereign hand, right, works all things for good, even if at times, right, things appear or things seem, how things may seem, Chaverim, right? But what did Robenu, what did I Rabbi, the Rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach, what did he say? He said, don't judge by appearances, judge by righteousness, right? Yeah, appearances have their own relevance, of course, but don't judge. See what I'm saying? Judge by appearances, but judge by righteousness. So here we have Romans 8 and 28. Right? So likewise, so for Yisrael, for those who identify as Yisrael or of Yisrael, right? And the called, chosen, and faith for those who are Christians and trust in the King of Kings Christ, I, Rabbi, the Rabbi of Rabbi, Yeshua HaNotzri, Yeshua HaMoshiach, the high priest of I profession, confession, you know what I mean? Then they know that his sovereign hand works all things together for good, even if at times things seem or appear, bleak, right? Overcast, right? Desperate, So right here, this is the verse, Romans 8 and 28, right? Rabbi Shaul, aka the Apostle Paul, he says, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love Elohim, that love the Creator, that love the Judge of Judges, the Creator, to them that are called according to purpose. Right? I read that specifically. I didn't read his purpose. I know we read his purpose there, even though we see the italicization, and then we have to ask, well, why that word is italicized? Well, those words that are italicized are not really there. Or they're not there. Let me say not really. They're not there. Right? Not there. So prothesis, right? Like you go to school and they say, okay, write your thesis on such and such and such. Right? Notice just in studying the scripts, right? We're as wise as the collegiate because, look at this prothesis, right? A prothesis. You have a thesis and you have a prothesis. What is a prothesis, right? Two words, pro, right? Beforehand, right? To go before, right? First, front, and thesis. So Thayer definition defines a prothesis. Remember, it says according to prothesis. So he does all things according to prothesis. Now, notice how interesting this is. Now, here we're just looking at the Koine Greek, right? The Koine Greek here, right? Because if the truth be told, and the truth should be told, right, that even the Greek that we have is informed by the Hebrew, right? So the Greek, I can say the ones who wrote these things, the majority of these things, like Rabbi Shaul, was conversant and learned, right? After all, he was a rabbi, you know what I mean? In the Hebrew, right? As well as in the language, the lingua franca of the intellectual language of the time, you know what I mean? The Koine Greek, the common Greek. So he chooses this word purpose, right? Right? And let's see what this word purpose is, right? Here, prothesis is defined as a setting forth of a thing, placing of it in view. Notice what it says, brothers and sisters, when what we're studying here, these past 3 Torah reading and feedings. We had Teruma, contributions, the offerings, the 19th. We had Tetzaweh, the 20th. Here we had the 21st, right? Kիתשא, when you lift up, and talking about the tabernacle. Remember, he says, see that you do all things according to the pattern. Can we recognize a pattern here, right? Even in this word of comfort, right? And admonition and encouragement. It says that the purpose, right, is what has been set forth, right? Remember, he says, see that you do all things according to the pattern that was shewed to you, right? That was shewed. So if you show something to somebody, you set it forth, right? You set something forth, a thing, a word, a matter, an idea, placing of it in view. Notice the example here for prothesis, right? So the shewbread, right, is actually, right, according to the language, right, a prothesis, right? It's a thesis. What kind of a thesis? It's a prothesis, right? Something that has been set forth, right? 12 loaves of wheaten bread. You notice that right there? It says wheaten bread. So we also have to pay attention. In some cases, there's no leaven to be offered. And in other cases, there must be leaven. I want you to check that because a loaf is a loaf. It's not the matzah, it's a loaf, right? You know what a loaf is. It's puffed up, right? Of wheaten bread. This is what was in the Kodesh, right, in the first room of the tent, right, corresponding to the number of the 12 tribes. The loaves were offered to Elohim, right, to Elohim Ha'ab, God the Father, the Creator, every Sabbath, every Shabbat, and they were separated into 2 rows. They lay for 7 days upon a table placed in the sanctuary or front portion. This is in the first room of the tabernacle of the tent. And afterward, first it was a tabernacle, the tent, and later on it was a temple, or the Beit Mikdash, the stone building known as the temple. Afterward, the temple. Notice what it says, a purpose, right? A purpose. The prothesis means a setting forth, a setting before. Prothesis, right? Let's go over here, right here. Prothesis. Pro-te-themai, right? To place before, to set forth, right? To expose to view, to expose to public views, right? This is forensic. You've heard the term forensic, right? Forensic. That's what forensic is. It's like you set it forth. The forensic, you're setting it forth, right? To set, before, right? Oneself. To purpose to oneself. To purpose to determine, right? Just to get a clearer idea of this, to propose, to determine, to exhibit, to show forth. When it says over here, it says setting forth, that is figuratively a proposal. So a prothesis, what kind of a thesis is it? It's a proposal. It's a proposal of what? Of intent, right? In the tabernacle sense, so the same thing that we can take in an intellectual or even a business sense is applicable in the tabernacle in the form of the pattern. Look at the pattern in the tabernacle, specifically the shoe bread, or the bread of the faces, the bread of the presence, right? In the temple and in the tent, as exposed, right? As what? Keyword expose, lifnei Elohim, before Elohim, lifnei Eloheinu, before I and I Elohim. So the word purpose here is also linked with shoe, in the sense of the shoe bread, right? Isn't that interesting there? And we know, notice the key operative word, we what? We believe. It says, do we believe? Do we guess? Do we hope? It says, we hope that all things work. No, it says, and we know, right? Know, right? What is the word know, right? This is the interesting word, ado. Ado. Look at what the word means. Look what the word means, y'all. Look what the word means, ado. Translate as, and we know. Even in the Greek, when we say in the Greek, the New Testament, we got to do these studies because, as we begin to study, we can see it clearer, right? And hopefully apply it better, right? Here, ado, eado, right? Ado, right? Means to see. Seen, sight. Remember he says, how many times he says to Moses, see, look, see, I have set this, see, look, see, that you do all things according to the pattern. He says to Moshe, see, right? Literally says, see, look, perceive with the eyes, see. Why he had to perceive the eyes? Because something shown to him. He could see it, right? While he's up there in the mountain, right? To perceive by any of the senses. Or we can also perceive things in the mind's eye, right? That eye, the first eye, that frontal, the frontlet between the eyes. He says to write it on the frontlet between the eyes, where the priest has that holy, the plate, the to perceive, to notice, to discern, to discover, to see, to turn the eyes. So to see with the eyes in the Hebraicism of it all means like the mind, the attention of anything. Because you're not just seeing with your 2 eyes, but you're also seeing with the first eye, with that the frontlet, right? That's between the eyes, the minds. They call that the mind's eye. Notice that Yahweh also points to the mind's eye when he spoke about, these words, right? These imperatives, right? To pay attention, to observe, to see about something, to ascertain. Look what it says, to ascertain, to become certain of what must be done about it, to become certain of it, right? To inspect, to examine, to look at, to behold. Look what it says, to experience any state or condition. right? In fact, sometimes in the translation in the Bible says in Kohelet, in Ecclesiastes, it says Solomon says, and I considered, right? And you know what I mean? And I perceived, in the Hebrews, actually, I saw the same seeing, like an I saw, but the sense of seeing, you can see something with your eyes, right? Right? Or you can see something with the eye of the mind, to experience any state or condition, to see, to have an interview with, to know. Now, look at the secondary sense, right? Now we can actually kind of link this with what Rabbeinu said, right? And our Rabbi Yeshua, what he said, Hanotri, what he said in Matthew chapter 13, where he says they will hear with their ears and they will see with their eyes and perceive, and get to know. You see that connection there? To know of anything, right? To know, to get knowledge of, to understand, right? To perceive of any fact. You see, it says fact. People say, oh, the Bible's about belief. Here, this is talking about fact. This is talking about experience and fact. Right? If you experience something, you experience something. Fact. Right? Now, hopefully your testimony is right and accurate. The force and meaning of something which has definite meaning. You see what it says? The force and the meaning of something. It's not vague. It's not, well, it could be a little like this. It could be a little like, no, it's definite meaning. To know how. To be skilled in. You know what know-how is? Know-how is wisdom, right? Yeah, this is Wisdom Wednesday, but know-how, right? Know-how is wisdom, right? Because you can know something, but you don't know how to. You don't know how to. You might know, but you don't know how to, right? Know how to. You know what I'm saying? We kind of put this together from our studies, give thanks to Abba Father, Bashem Yeshua HaMashiach. You don't know how, right? To be skilled in, to have regard for, right? Notice the sense of the key words that keep coming up, to pay attention to, right? Pay attention to, right? So, but literally, basically, properly is to see. So notice the word, and we know, and we eado, and we see, we perceive, right? We perceive with the eyes, we perceive with the eye. Remember Yeshua said, unless our eye be single, be single, right? Because we have the two eyes and we have the first eye that they falsely, they call it falsely, the third eye. When I hail up Ron Seymour right there for that reason, man, he was reasoning on like the so-called third eye, but it's the first eye. And then when he reasoned that, I immediately got to see, get it? Got to see what Deuteronomy chapter what? Chapter 6, verse 4. Need I go there? Maybe I have to go to chapter 6, verse 4. I think it's at verse, between verse 4 and verse 9, where it says, and to write them upon our hand, right? And on the frontlet between our, it says what? Between our what? Between our eyes. So, and we know, right? So we perceive this with the eye of the mind, the mind's eye, that all things work together, right? That all things work together, right? For good, right? For good, right? It says, praise Yahuwah Ki Tob for good. It says, to praise Yahuwah Ki Tob for good, right? To them that love, look what it says right there, love Elohim, right? That love Elohim. It didn't say to them that say they love Elohim. I mean, we all could say that, but there's a qualification in that scripture as well, right? It's a gracious qualification. It's a beautiful qualification, right? That love Elohim. How do we know we love Elohim, right? To them who are the called. Notice what it says right there. It says those who are the called. Many are, right? Called, right? Those who choose to call, they're the called, right? See, he predestined it, right? Not so much individually, but if you walk this way leads to this destination, to this way, right? But if you walk that way, you know what I mean? So he predestined it, right? For those who are the called, they answer the call according to purpose, according to what is shewn forth, right? So I know we're here on Purim, but sometimes these subject matters connect, Chaverim, right? So right here. Let me go here. I just got to share this right here with you all right here. Since we're talking about, people say, oh, you're talking metaphysics, you're talking new age spirituality. No, I'm not talking new age. I'm talking true spirituality, but I'm not talking new age spirituality. New age. It's the same in every age, right? For all ages, to time out of mind, right? When there's no more ages. Anyway, Exodus chapter, before there was ages, it was true, right? Exodus chapter 13, verse 16. It says, and it shall be for a token. What's a token? Right? Right? Oath, for a sign, a signal. A distinguishing mark, a banner, like a flag, a remembrance, right? Notice how all these words are connected in the spirit of the Hebrew. Miraculous sign, an omen. And it doesn't mean a bad thing. You know, we think the omen is woo, 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 it's the omen. No, omen is just a warning, right? A token, an ensign like a flag, a standard, a miracle, proof. So if you say, do you have proof? Do you have proof? Right? The sense of appearing, right? Do you have proof? Appearing, signal, right? Flag, beacon, monument, omen, prodigy, right? Evidence, right? And it shall be for evidence. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. It shall be for evidence upon thine hand. Because the hand does what? The hand does work. Right? So we say, Father, Hashem Yeshua, bless the works of my hands. Right? Make sure you're doing good works with your hand. If he increases the work of your hands and it's bad works, well, you got blessed, but not in the way you expected. Right? For it shall be a token upon thine hand, and for frontlets, to fa, for now, here this is the word tofafa, right? Right? The binding, right? To go around. But here, notice what it says. For frontlets between thine eyes, right? Between thine eyes, right? The eye. What is the eye here, Hebraically? The physical eye, of course, from low degrees to high degrees, from the earthly to the heavenly, right? The physical eye, yeah, right? And from that, right, we get the Hebraicism, the spirit of the word, the figurative sense, the allegorical sense, right, as showing mental qualities, right, between the eyes. Remember, Yeshua says, unless your eye be what, single, yeah, right, the single eye, right, showing mental qualities. Look what it says, of mental and spiritual faculties, right? The second entrance of the word ayn, right, is a spring, a fountain. And this word is shared in the Amharic, the Ge'ez, in the Arabic, and the Aramaic, is shared in all of the Afro-Semitic languages, right? The Afro-Asiatic languages, yeah? Right? I, literally or figuratively. So some say the Bible's all allegorical. No, right? But it is literal and figurative, right? By analogy, right? By analogy, a fountain, as we touched on before, the eye of the landscape. So the same word is sometimes used in Hebrew, like ein door, indoor, ein door. You know what I mean? For the word fountain, the fountain of the, of the forest, right? Between the dwelling, fountain of the habitation, the dwelling, between thine eyes, right? That's the first eye, the same eye that Yeshua spoke about. So was that new age spirituality? No, that's true spirituality, right? It's true in the old age, in the middle age, in the new age, and old age, you know what I mean? Right? When there's no ages, it's still true. For by strength of hand, right? Notice what it says, for by strength of what? Check this out. Exodus 13:16. It shall be a token upon thine hand, a sign on your hand, and for frontlets between thine eyes. Now, is this speaking literally? For by strength of hand, by strength of what? Hand. The same hand where, notice, it shall be for a token upon like eye and eye hand, right? And then it says, why? For by strength of hand. By what of hand? By chozek. Chozek from chazak. Chozek. Chozek is strength. Chozek, right? Chozek, strength, right? Strength of hand. Strength of what? Of yad. Of yad. By strength of yad, right? And yad also figuratively means power, right? Yahuwah, he who be brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. Notice here, this is the part in the Shema, the extended Shema, right? Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad. Right here, obey Yisrael, he who be, our Elohim, our creator, our judge, almighty power, he who be, the one, right? Here, Deuteronomy 6 and 8, right? And thou shalt bind them for a sign. Look at the word sign. Same word oath. Right? So over there they translate oath as token. Over here we have sign. Right? Upon thine hand, thy yad. And they shall be as. You hear the word? As. Right? As. I mean, like it's like. It shall be like. What it be like? Well, it be like this. It's not saying that's what it is. We say what it be like. What it be as. What it be as. It be as such and such. Oh, you saying it is such and such? No, I said it be as such and such. I said it be like, right? Notice what it says, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. They shall be. What shall be? What shall be? This is the key right here, here, here. Let's go down here. This is where we have the Shema, right? So, many of us are saying Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, right? But let's go on. And thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka with all thine heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words that I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. Right? Remember, the heart Hebraically also links and refers to the mind. Right? So the heart-mind connection. Take note. The heart-mind connection. Right? And thou shalt teach them diligently. Right? Diligently. The Hebrew sense of this is interesting. Shanan is to sharpen. Look at the word sharpen. So when it says diligently, it's like sharpen them, right? Sharply, not vaguely, right? But sharply, specifically, right? To sharpen, to wet. Notice the B entry, the PL, to sharpen, to teach, incisively, like incisively, like cutting in a cutting way, right? To pierce, right? To point, right? Like they say, get to the point, intentively to pierce. But in the figurative sense, in the figure of speech, is to inculcate, right? To inculcate, because here it's given the fathers, right? Namely, mainly, right? The woman can apply this as well. The mothers, of course, the first teachers of the children is the mother, but here is speaking specifically, right, to the sons, right? To the sons, right? That's why, in a sense, according to the covenant, right, as sons, in a sense, according to it says more. Well, how's it go again? How go again? Just forgot it for a moment. Um, to whom more is given, more is required. Right? So according to that, it's all our fault as sons. Right? For real. According to the Torah, according to the scripture. You know what I mean? Because even the covenant, right? It was the sons, right, that took the covenant on behalf of their wives, their children, their family, and their seed, right, to the thousandth generation. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, here it says, and thou shalt teach them diligently. So diligently in this sense, Hebraically, is sharply, to the point. You know what I mean? To thy children. That means that even we as the fathers, right? We as the fathers, we have to come and study this so we can sharply know this, know this with precision. You know what I mean? As well, right? To thy children, and what it says, and talk of them when thou sittest in thine house. All right. Now, sometimes people say, "Oh man, you're always talking about the scripture, always talking about the, you hear people say, "Oh, people always talking about the Bible," right? But here we understand this as instruction, especially to the children, right? The specifics of this here is the instruction to the children, right? And talk of them to the sons, specifically to the sons, but overall to the children, right? And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou layest down, and when thou risest up. So this is like all inclusive. Notice right here, break down that word. You see what it says teach, right? Teach diligently, right? In the Hebrew is to whet, to sharpen, like you sharpen your sword. That there makes me just meditate for a moment and say, Chan, because a lot of us, are dull. Our swords is too dull, right? It's too dull. It's not really cutting with the word as it should be cutting, with the word. You know what I mean? Straight cut. You know what I'm saying? Right there, right? And then here, verse 8, and thou shalt bind them. right, shall bind them, right? Ashar. Ashar means to bind together, to conspire, to bind, to be bound up. Let's see if go through this right here, go down to here, to gird them, right? To gird them, right? Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me come out of that. Let me do this once again. So it stays center on the screen. Did you see it? Did you see that there? I'm gonna highlight the section, right there. There we go, right? This is from the Strongs, right? Right. It says to mentally, right, in love, in league, right, to gird it, right, and like for real, like no pretend, right? Not for pretend, not for play. You know what I mean? But for real, right? Shall bind them for a sign upon thy hand, right? When it says you judge a tree by its fruits, so you can judge one by their works. That's why even Paul and the apostles spoke about, the whole point of faith and work, the work of our hands, right? And they shall be as what? Frontlets between thine eyes. Keywords, frontlets between thine eyes, right? And thou shalt, here we go, and thou shalt write them upon the posts, right, of thy house and on thy gates. So right here, these verses here, the Shema, I know often we say Shema Yisrael, right? And then we kind of like to stop there, maybe at this first verse, verse 4, Deuteronomy 6 and 4. But the whole section is from verse 4, Shema Yisrael, verse 5, verse 6, verse 7, verse 8, right? Verse 9. These verses is the full of the Shema. Now, some Orthodox and other Yehudi, and even some of we own people did it, and as some still do it today, sometimes what they would do is take these sort of verses and they will write them and they put them within, they'll bind them literally, with straps, bind them. Now, as something to do and, to get a feel of it, experience it, so be it. But we're saying that that's not the inner meaning. That's not the inner meaning. Maybe that can be helpful as an object lesson, right? But that's not the inner meaning. So right here, right? Let's segue right here, right, with the Shema. So you can hear this in the Ivrit, in the Hebrew here. The Shema here is Queen Makeda, right, featuring Melchizedek, Malchizedek. Here. So we don't do that. So we don't do that. Shema, here to obey, Shema Yisrael, here. So that was a full right there. Actually went through it, verse by verse, in the English, what she was chanting and singing in the Hebrew, the biblical Hebrew, the Shema Yisrael. So that whole section is the full of the Shema. You know what I mean? So when it says, "Hear, O Israel," right? Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, it's actually giving us a command to do something here. So Shema, right, in the verse is a command speaking to a male, right? Is a command speaking to all, call Yisrael as one man, right? As one man, as one corporate body. Shema, Shema, Yisrael. And it's both in the sense of hear, but it's moreover in the sense of obey, right? So you see right there, we have the sense of obey, right? Obey, like obey to do, right? And this is why the full of it continues to verse 5 to verse 6, right? All these words, right? See, these words, right? These words, right? Right? And thou shalt teach them. You know, what are we to do? Right? If we hear this, we to obey and to do this, right? Bind them for a sign upon our hand, right? And be as a frontlet, you know, be in our frontal lobe, our mind's eye, right? And to do the work with our hand, right? And then it says here to write them upon the posts, right? The posts of the house is the mezuzah. So you see certain ones in the tradition, they'll put something, you know, like a mezuzah, like, you know, put something on the door. You say the door post, you know, one door post, right? But it's clear it says on thy door post, right? Usually with scriptural verses in it, right? And on thy gates, right? And on thy gates. So right here, let's push this forward, We still have this looking at the time right here, we still have the fourth aliyah. The fourth aliyah would like to share it right here. And then we also have the evening song quickly, 94, right? A plea for divine judgment, right? And that's what we get in the narrative in Purim. Let's just sum up on Purim right here for this season, for this 2025 year. So this year, Purim, right? Purim, Chaverim, Purim, right? Lots or dice, right? It begins sunlight down, right? So when the sunlight goes down, right? Some say sundown, but we know the sun don't really go down, right? Just the light goes down, you know what I mean? As it were. So sunlight down, right? This fifth day of the Shabuah, which is called Thursday, right? In this Gregorian year, March 13th. So for this year, 2025, right? Sunlight down, the Thursday, right? Fifth day of the Shabuah, March 13th, according to the Gregorian, and it continues until, you know, night, the next day, right? Until the sunlight goes down the next day, right? And the nighttime comes. Now, on the calendar, right? On the calendar, we currently have lining it with the Gregorian as best as possible. Monday, right? At sunlight down, it marks the 14th of the month of Adar. The 14th of the month of Adar. I think Adar is also mentioned in the scripts, right? Adar. Let's see if we have Adar, right? Adar, Hadar. Hold on for a moment. Let me just do a quick search. Yeah, we have it here. Let's see if we can bring it up on the screen. Chabarim. Let me get the first mention of Adar. We first have it in Exodus 6 and 15. Let's do this here. Exodus 6 and 15. Right? So in Exodus 6 and 15, it says, and this house was finished on the third day. Oh, sorry. Slicha. I said it's in Esther, but it's in Ezra. Slicha li. Forgive me. Slicha li, forgive me, Ezra chapter 6, verse 15. And this house was finished on the third day of the month Adar, right? That was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius, right? The king of Darius, or Dariyawesh, right? Dariyawesh, right? And then we go to Esther chapter 3, verse 7. It says, in the first month, that is the month Nisan. Now, Nisan corresponds with Abib, right? Which is coming up, the March, April time, right? So you see it right there, the March, April time, right? Touch on that. In the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast what? Poor, right? They cast poor, right? A lot. They like roll the dice, right? That is a lot, right? So a lot in the Hebrew is goral. So pur come from more of the Persian, pur, purim, right? And in the Hebrew is goral. Goral is like a lot, like a dice, basically, like pebbles, dice. They were used systematically for making decisions, for also portions, so you hear about things that were assigned by casting of lots, by rolling of the dice, actually. Not gambling, but rolling of dice to get a decision. You know what I mean? Yeah. Recompense, retribution, also lots. That's like a rough stone, right? Rough stone, right? In a figurative sense, the small stones being used for that purpose, right? Figuratively, it's like a portion or a destiny. The sense of it is something that is determined by lot, something that is determined by lots, by dice, or by purim, by rolling, get that decision. So before Haman, so here's the adversary Haman. Haman, right? Haman right there. Who is Haman? He was the chief minister of Xerxes Ahasuerus. He was the enemy of Mordecai, right? Now Mordecai was his, you could say his Persian name, Babylonian Persian name. Mordecai actually refers to Marduk. So even among some of the Hebrews, right, when they were in certain foreign lands, they had their Hebrew name, right, but then they also adopted, foreign names. Some say to keep the sanctity of their Hebrew names. But Marduk, Marduk was one of the Elohim Acharim, right? So Mordecai is Marduk and Esther is Ishtar, right? And the Yehudis. But this enemy, Haman, he was the enemy of Mordecai and of the Yehudim, and he plotted to kill the Yehudim, even we, the black Jews of the tribe of Judah, right? However, he was foiled by our queen, our sister Hadassah, right? AKA Esther, right? Ishtar, right? And he was hung, and his whole family and his, I think it was 10 sons, was hung as well on the gallows. So he had made these gallows to lynch, right, Mordecai, right, and others and other Yehudis, right. Remember here the narrative tells us that they were Judahites from India all the way to Ethiopia, right. So that helped to save all the other Yehudi communities that were scattered from India to Tobia to Ethiopia, which is an important point too. When we talk about we, the black Jews, you know what I mean? Right? So before Haman, from day to day, from month to month, right, to the 12th, that is the month Adar. So what it's basically saying here in this verse here in Esther chapter 3, verse 7, is that he was trying to find the right time to do his evil against the Judahite people. You know what I mean? And so they went from month to month, from day to day, from month to month until he found, okay, his soothsayers or what have you. Remember, it says there's no divination against Israel, right? But he thought so that the 12th, right, in the month of Adar. So we see the month of Adar. So it's about this month right here. So you can see where it says that Adar, right, is the 12th, right, is the 12th month, right? So right here, according to the lunar solar calendar, we are in the 12th month, right? So the Monday past, the second day of the Shabua, at sunlight down, it marked the 14th, right, of this month, right? The month that's called Adar, Adar. You know what I mean? The day after Haman's roll of the dice, right, indicated, right, that the 13th of Adar was most propitious date to exterminate the Yehudi, right, the Yehudim of Persia, right, and then hopefully he wanted to exterminate them in other provinces. But here, Shanaim, right, 2, right, here it says the 12th, right, Asar, 10, right, let's see, 10 and 2, here the 12th, right, the most propitious time, right. Well, some argue whether it's 10 or it's talking about the day coming in. You know how the day is, from how we count the day, right? Evening and morning being one day, right? Note that Purim, right? Purim, from this word here, Purim, right? That Purim is celebrated the day after, right? Not that day, but the day after. Why? Since it was at that time that the Yehudim, the Judahites, experienced the joy of their deliverance. Right now, in the state in Israel and in that region over there, right east of the River Nile, and to the other river, Purim is often observed a day later still, usually on the 15th, right, of the Hebrew month of Adar, right, Adar, right, and that is called Shushan. Remember we touched on Shushan, Lily, right? Shushan Purim, Shushan Purim, right? So here, this is the eve. So we thought it would be in good order, in good order to, touch on these things. And lastly, but not leastly, here we have one more thing we want to share before we just ride up here. It's 9 and let's see, verse 28. Let's see, okay, the closest verse is here, right? So, all right. So here where we get the instructions that the Yehudi should keep this feast, this festival, right? The Yehudis, they rested from their enemies, right? Okay, here we go to verse 28. Now remember from the previous Torah reading and feeding and from the Shabbat Zakor, right? The Sabbath of remembrance, where we are to remember, right, to that we will have war with Amalek from generation to generation, and we was to blot out the remembrance of Amalek, right? So I'm going to share these verses right here, right? This verse here, right? Esther 9:28, and these days remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, every city, right? And these days of Purim should not fail from among Ha-Yehudim, among the Judahites, nor the memorial of them perish from their seed, from their race. So here, right, fail, right, say pass, right there, perish, be ended. So right here. So the remembrance, right? So here, calling to mind. So this feast, this festival, we can say Chabarim is like, a memorial, right? And get into the study here. It's very interesting, the spoof, the irony against the haters. So right here, let's bring out the Hebrew of this and seal up on this subject here. All right. Okay, with ha-yamim ha'ela, in these days, needs karim again. Where hayamim ha'ele needs karim where nasim bekol ador wador. Right. So the first part, and these days to be remembered and kept in every generation, or in a generation and generation. First line up there at the top, where hayamim ha'ele, and the days, these days, where hayamim ha'ele, Nizkarim, they are to be remembered. Nizkarim, right? With na'asim, and kept and done, right? Bekal in all door, in all generation, wador, and generation, in all generation and generation, right? In all generation and generation, right? In all generation and generation. Where are we right here? Okay. Here it says Misha Paha, Mishpacha, right? Family, Mishpacha, right? Family. So Mishpaka, some would say Mishpacha, Mishpaka, family, or Mishpacha, family and family clan and family clan, mishpacha and mishpacha, right? Medina Medina, and Medina and Medina, and province, and Medina, right? Medina, right? Where Ir, and city town, right? And city town, right? Where Yemei HaPurim, right? And the days of Purim, Ha'ele, these, and these days of Purim, let's bring up to the top right there, We may ha purim. We Yemei and the days, we may ha Purim ha'ele, these, lo ya'abrua mitoka ha-Yehudim, right, are not to pass away, right, should not pass away, or should not like go over, should not like pass by, right, lo ya'abru mitok, from the midst, ha-Yehudim, from the midst of the Yehudim, right? The Yehudim in the plural, Yehudi, singular, Yehudim, right? The Judahites, right? The Jehudites, right? Jehudites. Maybe we should start using that, Jehudites, just in the English, right? And here it says, with, next line right here, with Zikram, lo Yasuf, mi zaram. And so lastly but not leastly, it says we zikram, and their memorial, their zekar, zikram, their memory memorial with zikram, lo yasuf, shall not cease, suf, the ein sof, no beginning, ein sof, right? Suf means like to come to end, right? Lo yasuf, shall not cease, right? Mi zaram, from their seed, from their descendants, from their zera, from their seed, right? From their offspring, their posterity, right? From their children. So right here, just bringing out this right here for Purim, because there's some interesting lessons right there. And also it kind of shows a divine, balance, here having, a queen, a sister, that stood up for the people, and, use what she had righteously. Yeah. So right here, a plea, Purim, in other words, is like a plea for divine judgment. Here, the evening psalm, Psalm 94. Whoa.
Psalm 94.
מזמור צד ד'.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth, vengeance belongeth.
אל נקמות אדוני, 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 אדוני.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself, show thyself.
אל נקמות הופיע, 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 הופיע.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, judge of the earth, judge of the earth.
הנשא שופט הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Render a reward to the proud, to the proud, to the proud.
השב גמול על גאים, על גאים, על גאים, על גאים.
Lord, how long shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the wicked, shall the
עד מתי רשעים אדוני, 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 אדוני.
How long shall the wicked triumph, triumph, triumph?
עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, 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 יעלוזו.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, hard things, hard things?
יביעו ידברו עתק, 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 עתק.
And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves, boast themselves.
יתאמרו כל פועלי אבו, 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 אבו.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth men knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoer? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes. The evening psalm, Psalm 94. Interesting here, reason for the season. Blotting out the remembrance of Amalek. Remember we broke down that Amalek, when we look at a new covenant sense, right, it has to do with the carnal mind, right? Esau and Amalek, definitely Esau, the flesh, right, and the carnal mind, right there, they're there. So applying it spiritually, because we do not, it's not against flesh and blood. Jehovah's, with them principalities. So right here, speak of thy wisdom, Jaloid.
Hear this, all ye people, and give ear, all inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor, together. My mouth shall speak of thy wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be an understanding. I will incline my ear to the parable. I open my dark saying upon the arm. Wherefore I shall fear in the days of the evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass I abode. Tell ya. So let your hands now be pure and clean to rally around Jared, gold and green. Until you say, oh, you mean not true? Huh? Good and naughty dread. I say you come and I sit dance and you should make war. Stay far. This I say to the people. Give ear, all inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. I, my mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be an understanding. I will incline my ear to the parable. I will open my dark saying upon the arm. Wherefore shall I fear in the days of evil? When the iniquity of my heels shall compass, I'm on a bound. Fear not, said mighty dread, cause I've seen their troubled mind, Oh, you mean not true? Go there. And not the path to room and him think to stone. And not he broke off the comb. And not the path to room and him think to stone. Till you not he broke off the comb. This I say to the people. Give ear all inhabitants of the world, both low and high.
Yes. Purim, Sameach, Chaverim. Happy Purim. What is Purim? Book of Esther. So they keep that on the screen right there. Yeah. I want to share this right here. This is four main mitzvot. Like mitzvot is like a commandment, like doing a commandment, like keeping a command, like doing a good deed. Sometimes judaically we might say do a mitzvah, right? Do a commandment, but that's interpreted to say do a good deed, right? Keeping the commandments is good. Tov. So the four main mitzvot, right, or commands on Purim. Now, on Purim, just briefly right here, there are four main mitzvot that we need or we should try if we're able to fulfill. Just going through this briefly right here. There's the matanot le'evyonim, the matanot, right? The gifts le'evyonim, right? To the evyonim, the ebyon, like the ebyonites, to the poor, right? Giving, right? While charity, Hebraically, charity is known as tzedakah. Tzedakah also means like righteousness, right? And tzedakah. While charity is important throughout the year, right? There's a special focus that's usually placed on tzedakah, right? Righteous giving, right? On and during the time of Purim. So it's recommended, to give charity or give righteously to at least two needy people, right? The second one of the main mitzvot on Purim, right, is known in the Hebrew as mishloach manot, like sending portions, right? Mishloach manot, right? Like food to friends, right? It's interesting because David also did this, King David, like food to friends on Purim, right? Yehudim, Judahites, and we Rastafari Yehudim, we seek to celebrate and cultivate like unity, right? And love for, fellow, Yehudi Israelites, royal order, right? So give at least two types of ready to eat food, right, to at least one person. These are the suggestions, recommendations in that sense of good things to do and things, based on the long trod and tradition among various different Yehudis that put together. These are like the best, right? Here the Megillah. Megillah is the word for scroll. Here the Megillah, right? And this portion right here, let me lift it up here so you can see it, is knowing the story, right? Knowing the story right here, knowing the story. Here it says we don't ever seek to forget, right, what the evil Haman, right, and evil doers like that decreed upon us, upon I and I, even in every generation. And there was always those madmen, right? And how Hashem, let's say Yahweh, the name, how Hashem saved I and I, how he, Hoshea, Yeshua I and I, from the hand of such evil men and people. So the third thing is like hearing every word of the Megillah, of the scroll, speaking about the book of Esther, right? Both at night and also, the next day, right? Lastly, but not leastly, is eat, drink, and be merry. You know what I mean? Eat, drink, and be merry. I know some at this time are fasting. There was also the fast. There's also a fast that was connected and is connected with Purim too, right? But here, eat, drink, and be merry, celebrating, right, I and I existence, right? Celebrate the I's existence. You know what I mean? Purim, Chaverim, is a time to celebrate the fact that despite everything and everything, despite all the nations, despite all the nations that have risen up against I and I, against us, you know what I mean? Those in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ, we're still here. So eat a festive meal, right? If one can, on the day of Purim, and, if you can, enjoy what you eat. You know what I mean? Yes, I, Rastafari. So right here, I'm going to segue right here, just for continuity purpose. We do have a psalm here, Psalm 75, but we also have a Torah portion reading and feeding. Now, we spend some time, going through some of the Purim, some of the main points about Purim. What is Purim, and why do we observe it? Well, from one point of view, I could say, well, You know, when it said from India to Ethiopia, and these were the Yehudi, the Jews from India to Ethiopia, I said, hey, that's significant. You know what I mean? So here. Without further ado, we're gonna pick up right here. Yeah, this is a picture of His Majesty, right? You know, it was his practice, to give coins and cash. This was like a long-standing practice of His Majesty. So here we have Garmawi Nagus Nagas. You know what I mean? Giving. Yeah, he's giving some bur. We say some Ethiopian shekels, right there. You know what I mean? Yes. Awo. So here we pick up with the third. The third is short, so we're going to have the third and fourth. This is the fourth day. We're moving rapidly into the fifth day, right? The third and fourth day, Aliyah, right here. So the third and fourth, but mainly the fourth. The main part of this is the fourth. So we pick up with Exodus chapter 33 and 12, right? 33 and 12. Now this is post molten calf incident. All right, this is the post molten calf incident. Give me a moment, brothers and sisters, right here to share the reading for day 3, day 4. Right, let's see, chapter 33 and 12 to verse 23. 33 and 12, right, to verse 23, right, of chapter 33, right? So here we have, let's see, is that correct right there? I hope so. Well, we'll see just now. All right, so right here, Shema Yisrael, right here, right, day 3, day 4. Hear this. Oh.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Gevil Yisrael, here, for the Shalishi Aliyah, the Shalishi, the third reading, the third Aliyah, the third up offering here, for this Shabbat Kìtשא, Sabbath when thou takest, when the eye liftest up. Here, picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus chapter 33, here at verse 12 for the Shalishi Aliyah. Here from the Sefer Shemot Kìtשא. Vayomer Moshe Eli Yahuwah Re'ei Ata Omer Elai Ha'Allah et ha'am hazeh ואתה לא הודעתני את אשר תשלח עמי ואתה אמרת ידעתיך ושם וגם מצאת חן בעיני. Moshe's prayer, Jehovah's answer. Verse 12. And Moshe said to Yahweh, to Jehovah, see, thou sayest to me, bring up this people, and thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me. Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast also found grace in my sight. Vayomer Moshe Eli Yahuwah, and Moshe said to Yahweh, to Jehovah, Vayomer Moshe Eli Yahuwah, Re'ei, see, Ata Omer Elai, see thou the I, Ata, the I, male, sayest to me, sayest to I, Re'ei, Ata Omer Elai, Ha'Allah et ha'am hazeh, bring up this people. Ha'al et ha'am hazeh. Ata lo hoda'etani et asher tishlach immi. And thou, the eye, hast not let me, made I know whom thou, the eye, wilt send with me, will send with I. Ata lo hoda'etani et asher tishlach immi. Ata amarta yeda'etika v'shem. Yet thou, the eye, has said, Ata amarta yeda'etika v'shem. Yet the eye has said, I know thee, I know the eye by name. Yeda'etika v'shem. Gam matzata chen be'ainai. and thou the eye hast also found grace in my sight. With gam matzata chen be'ainai, in my eyes. Now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, shew me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight. And consider that this nation, thy people, we'ata imna matzati chen be'aineka, hod ainina eta derakeka, we'eyadaika litma'ana emtzachen be'aineka, urei ki ameka ha goy hazeh. Now therefore I pray thee, I, we'ata imna, if I have found grace in thy sight, matzati chen be'aineka, in the eyes, aineka be'aineka, in the eyes. Show me now thy ways. Hodaini na eta derakeka. Show I now the eyes' ways. Hodaini na eta derakeka. We eyadaika litma'ana ematzachena be'aineka. That I may know the eye, to the end that I may find grace, that I might find grace in the eyesight. With a da'ika lit ma'ana emtzachen be'aineka, urei ki ameka hagoy hazeh. And consider that this goy, that this nation is thy people, and see, urei, and see, urei ki ameka, that this nation, thy people, ki, that ameka, urei ki ameka hagoy hazeh, and see that this nation, thy people. And he said, my presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. Wayomar panaya yeleku. Why he nichoti lach? Why he nichoti lach? And he said, Wayomar, my presence, panai yelechu, they shall go. Panai yelechu, they shall trod. Panai yelechu. Why he nichoti, and given the eye rest, lach, and I will give the eye rest. And he said to him, if thy presence, if thy face, thy countenance, thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence, carry I and I not up from here. Wayomer layoa him ein paneka holakim ala ta'eleinu mizeh. And he said to him, if thy presence go not with me, carry I and I not up hence from here. Wayomer layo him ein paneka holakim ala ta'eleinu mizeh. For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us, with I and I? So shall we, I and I, be separated, I and thy people, and the I people, I and the I people, from all the people that upon the face of the earth. Uvameh. Yea wada'a fo kia matzati chen be'aineka ani u ameka haloa be leketeka imanu we nifalinu ani we ameka mikol ha'am ma'asher alla pene ha'edama. For wherein now shall it be known that I have found grace in thy sight? Ubame, ye wada'ai fo kia matzati yachen be'aineka. I and thy people, Ani, we ameka. I and thy people. Ani, we ameka. Is it not in that thou, the I goest with us? Hello, bi'lakatika. Imanu. Hello, bi'lakatika. Imanu. So that we are distinguished, I and thy people. We nifalinu ani, we ameka, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. Mikol ha'am, asher ala pnei ha'edam. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rabi'i, here for the fourth Aliyah, the fourth reading, the fourth up offering, here for this Shabbat, Kìtשא, Sabbath when thou takest, when thou liftest up, here from the Sefer Shemot, Kìtשא, here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus chapter 33, here at verse 17 for the Rabi'i, here for the fourth Aliyah, the fourth up offering, ascension offering up here for this Shabbat Kìtשא. Here picking up with Exodus 33, verse 17. ויאמרי יהוה אל משה גם את הדבר הזה אשר דיברת אעשה כי מצאת חן בעיני ואיידעך בשם. And Yahweh and Jehovah said to Moshe, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. ויאמר יהוה אל משה גם את הדבר הזה אשר דיברת אעשה כי מצאת חן בעיני ואדעך בשם. And Jehovah said to Moshe, ויאמר יהוה אל משה, I will do this thing also. I will do this thing also. Gam et hadavar hazeh. I will do the word, this word also. Gam et hadavar hazeh, that thou hast spoken. Asher debarta, for thou hast found grace in my sight. Gam et hadavar hazeh asher debarta e'aisa ki matzata chen be'ainai, for the eye has found grace in my eyes. Ki matzata chen be'ainai ve'eyada'eka b'shem, and I know thee I ve'eyada'eka ve'eyada'eka b'shem, and I know the I by name. Moses seeks a new vision for the new task. Verse 18. And he said, I beseech thee, shew me thy glory. Vayomar hareini na eta kovodeka. And he said, Vayomar hareini, shew me hareini na. Please show, I beg that I show, hareini na eta kovodeka, the eyes, glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of Yahweh, of Jehovah, before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will shew mercy on whom I will shew mercy. Vayomer ani a'rira kol tovia ala paneka ve'karati v'shem Yehovah lefaneka ve'chanoti et asher achon ve'rihamti et asher arachem. And he said, Vayomer, I will make all my goodness pass before thee. Ani a'evir kola tuvi alla paneka. I will make all my goodness to pass before the eyes, face before the eyes, perception. Ani a'ivir kola tuvi alla paneka. And will proclaim the name of Yahweh, of Jehovah, before the eye. Wikarati of Shemi Yehovah lefaneka, and I will proclaim Wikarati Vishem Yehovah lefaneka, and I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious. Wichanoti eta asher achon, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Rihamti et ashara irachim. And he said, thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. Vayomer lo tukala lirota eta panai kia loa yirhani ha adam wachai. And he said, Vayomer, thou cannot see my face. Vayomer lo tukala lirota eta panai, thou canst not see my face. Lo tukal lirota eta panai, for man shall not see me, see I, and live. Ki lo yirani ha'adama wachai, 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 wachai. And Yahuwah and Jehovah said, behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon rock. Vayomeri Yahuwah, hine makom iti, Nitzavta al hatzor. And Jehovah said, Vayomeri Yahuwah, Vayomer Yahweh, and Jehovah said, Hine, behold, look, see, here it is. Hine makom, a place, a spot. Makom, hine makom iti, by me. Behold, there's a place by me. Hine makom iti, where nitzavta al hatzor, and thou shalt stand where nitzavta, upon the rock, al hatzor. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a cleft of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. Wahaya ba evora kovodi, where samatika, be nikrata hatzor, where samakotia kapia aleka ada avri. And it shall come to pass, wahaya, while my glory passeth by, ba evora kavodi, that I will put thee in a cleft of the rock, with samatika be nikrata hatzor, and will cover thee with my hand until I have passed by. With sakoti akapi aleka ada avri, until I pass by ad avri, and I will take away mine hand, and I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Why hisirotia eta kapai, with raita eta echorai, ufanai lo and I will take away mine hand. Why hisiroti eta kapi, take away my hand, and thou shalt see my back. With raita eta chorai, but my face shall not be seen. Ufanai lo yarao, and my face they shall not be seen. Ufanai, Loya, 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 Loya,
Yes, 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 yes. The fourth aliyah right here for this parashat, this Torah portion, reading and feeding. Here, kìtשא. When you lift up, kìtשא et rosh, when you lift up the head. Right? Here, when you lift up the head, or translated as when you take the sum. So the head count right here in this Torah reading and feeding. Here in completing basically the instructions. We've already completed those instructions. Moshe had to come down, had the molten calf. But here, when Moshe asked for a to be shown, right? Shown Yahweh's ways so that he may know him. Yahweh here says he was going to show him the back parts. Now, here is an interesting link with what they call Kabbalah, or the tree of life. But in the narrative here, we get the 13 attributes. This coming up is coming up, right? So we'll wait for it to come forward. The 13 attributes right here. But it's interesting here, this narrative here, just to touch on it before we write up the psalm here, even in this verse right here. Notice what he said. All right. Remember how elsewhere it says he's a ish milchama, he's a man of war, right? And in other areas, this attribute of Yahweh as a man of war, right? But then over here it says, and he said, thou cannot see my face, my faces, my aspects, my perception, for my interfaces, for there shall no man. But notice the man here is Adam. So Adam often is used in the Hebrew in the general sense, like mankind in the general sense. Adam, man of distinction, usually as Ish, right? Or husbandman, Ish. Adam and Ish. For there shall no Adam see my face, Wachai, and Chai. So remember we said for Purim and other holy days, as a saying, we say Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Yisrael Chai. Bait Yisrael Chai, Rastafari Chai. Chai mean like to live. Live is living, is live. Right? To have life. From Chayai. Here we have Chayai, right? The verb, right? To live, right? To have life, to be quickened, right? So it's interesting over here because here this is leading to a very, very important part, right? Notice the book of Exodus from a Hebrew perspective is known as Sefer Shemot. Shemot means names. And if you really read and study it, you're going to pick up, hopefully, on the pattern of names, especially here in this particular book, names, right? Even with the breastplate and the stones, according to the names, right, of the Bnei Yisrael. Yahweh's son. That called his son out of Mitzrayim, right? The names, right? So there's an importance on names, and then also the Hashem, right? The Hashem, the name, Yahweh, right? HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, the name, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name being revealed, right? Now here, remember he says up here, Moshe says right here, in this very interesting back and forth, and remember we touched on these verses here, my presence or my face is actually my faces, my persons within that Christological persons in the Hashalush, the Trinity sense, but really the word literally is face, panim, really faces, right? So this is a area where even in the Masoretic, he says over here, where is it over here? It's over here. He says, my presence shall go. But yeah, he says right here, he says, if so Yahweh says to him, my faces, my perception. Remember the Malak is there. The Malak, the angel, is called elsewhere the Malak Panayu, right? The angel of his presence, of his perception, of his face, literally the angel. So my face or faces, literally, they shall go, right? And the Hebrew says they shall go. And then it switches to the singular, and I will give thee rest. And then Moshe, he said in verse 15, respond and say, if your faces, if they don't go, if they don't hold keen, right, is a plural sense, then, if they go not, don't carry us up from here. Then Moshe goes on, and it's very interesting. Remember, this is all after the sin, this great sin, this breach of covenant that the Bnei Yisrael were in because of the molten calf incident. Moses here says, for when shall it be known, right? For when shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? But if you read carefully, Yahweh is saying to Moshe, right? He's saying to Moshe, right? He said to Moshe that you have found grace. And then Moshe, then he argues, he reasons, well, if I have found grace, you know what I mean? And then he extends this grace that Moshe had, right, to the ucking people, the sinning people, right? Especially over here where he says, for wherein shall it be known? How is it going to be known? Right? And here's the yada, right? Sense. How is it going to be known here that I and your people? Notice what he says. He adds an and your people, right? Right? When the people were in trespass because of the calf, Yahweh says, get thee down because the people that you have brought out. Because you remember the whole calf, what it symbolized. But here he says, I and thy people have found grace in thy sight. So he's extending the grace that he had. He's almost seeking to extend in his reasonment with Yahweh, or with the Malach Panayo, with the angel of the face, of the presence, right? Not in that thou goest with us. And we look at the angel of presence as that pre-incarnate, right? The Yeshua pre-incarnate, yeah? But in that thou goest with us, in that thou goest with I and I. So shall we be separated or distinguished. And notice he redoubles down on not just I, right, who found grace, but I and thy people from all the other people, the people that are upon the face of the Adamah, face of the ground, right? Adamah, right? So even here, it doesn't use the usual eretz, earth, but Adamah, right? Right? Then Yahweh says to Moshe, I will do this thing also, right? Literally, I will do this word. So in the Hebrew, from the Hebrew, it's thing like what he has said, his speech, his word, his speaking, that kind of thing, right? That thou hast, and then here it has the verb. So notice over here, this is a beautiful verse here because we can show 2 points here, right? Both the bar here as the noun. You see the bar here? Let's scroll down here. Part of speech, noun masculine, a word, a matter, spoken of, something spoken of. So he says, I will do this word also that thou has the bar, right? The bar. Here we have the bar as the part of speech, the verb, right? And notice when we look at Strong's, it says perhaps properly, and this is a true sense right here, to arrange, the arrangement of words, right? How he had arranged his words. It was like how Moshe's argument was wise, as people would say, it was clever, it was very good. How he kind of, gradually moved that into play. And now here, here Yahweh says, he says, that thou hast spoken for thou. Notice how Yahweh goes back to what he said originally. He said, because you have found, Moshe, you have found chen, right? Matzah chen be'ainai, right? And in my sight is literally in my eyes, right? Because remember, as Stephen says, the angel that was with him, on the mountain and in the tabernacle, and I know thee, right? And he says, I know thee by name. Remember, the second book of Moshe called Exodus, the Hebrew perspective of this is the book of the names. As I said, look at how important name is. Here in the Hebrew, the Shem. Shem is name. Shem is reputation, your rep. Your rep is often conveyed by your Shem, your name, your fame, your glory. When we say Hashem, right? The name, the designation of Yahweh. And also name is linked to memorial or monument. So when in this season we remember to blot out the name of Amalek, the carnal mind, and blot out the name of Amalek, right? Why do we blot out his name? Because Yahweh says to blot out his remembrance. So his remembrance, one's remembrance is connected with one's name, right? With one's name, right? So here, he says to Moshe, I know you by name. You know what I mean? Why does he say, I know you by name? Of course he knows him by name. You know, when one would say, of course he, no, there's a more of a significance to it, Hebraically, right? And he said, right, Moshe said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. Moses stepping up on his reasoning here. He says, yo, show me your glory. Show me your kabod, right? Kabod, remember, the king of glory, right? And the connection of the ark, the king of glory. Show me kabodeka. Show me kabodeka. Right? And here, Yahweh here, the Malak Panayo responds and says, I will make all my goodness, right, to be. So not Tob, good is Tob, and Tub is goodness. So Tob, good, Tub is goodness, right? He says, I will make all my all my goodness to pass, right? To abar. Now notice this word abar is the same root of Hebrew. Ivri, the Hebrew. Abar, to pass over, to transcend, to cross over before you. And I will proclaim. Notice this. Pause on this for a moment. Note what's happening right here. Yahweh is speaking, right, to Moshe, right? Moshe is speaking with Hashem, right? And Hashem is speaking to Moshe, right? And here it says, and he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee. Okay. And now note this here, the next phrase here in this sentence. And I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before thee. So Yahweh will proclaim his own name. This is interesting, ain't that? Yahweh will proclaim his own name. I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before thee, right? And will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will shew mercy on whom I will shew mercy. Dawid, no doubt, right? You know, for Abiathar and the other priests that he fellowshiped with, you know, learning Torah and studying Torah, must have picked this up from Torah, because Dawid uses the same verse, right? He will be gracious to whom he will be gracious, and show mercy on whom he will show mercy, right? Or in the Hebrew sense, Hanan is grace, favor. Remember, he said that you have found Chain. Chain come from Hanan, right? Hanan is the verb, and Chain is the noun. Chain, right? You have found Chain in my sight. And then he says, I will be gracious to whom I'll be gracious. So this is also an attribute, right? These are two attributes right here. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will shew mercy, raham, right? The root word raham, rechem, raham is to be merciful or compassionate, but you notice the root sense is to love, to have compassion, right? To be compassionate, right? Now this word, it links with the word that's for womb, like the womb of woman, the matrix, right? The matrix, the womb, right? So the root sense of raham, some say it means like to fondle, or the implication to love, to be compassionate, right? To show, kind of to show love, right? Mercy, right? And then he says this, and he says, thou canst not see my face. Notice. But then notice something in the script. It says, but he spoke to Yahweh as a man speaketh to his friend Panim el Panim, face to face. For there shall no man, right, see me with high and be high. He won't be high, right? He can't see him. So no Adam, right? Notice, no Adam, right? There's a distinction here. And then he says this. This is also, I want to point out this. There was a false translation, this verse. It says, Yahweh said, behold, a place by me, and thou shalt stand. You see what it says, upon a rock? In the Hebrew it says, Hatzor, and thou shalt stand, right? Upon a rock, right? Stand upon a sword, upon a rock, right? And it shall come to pass, right? This is leading up to the revelation of the 13 attributes, characteristics. So his name implies he who be who he be, right? Like we say, it is what it is, or he be who he be. Well, who he be? Well, he be gracious, the gracious one. He be the compassionate one, just from the previous verse, right? Right? And it shall come to pass while my glory, kabodi, passeth by. So while my glory, Hebrews pass you. Hebrews, abar, to cross over, right? To pass over, right? To traverse, to pass through, to pass over, passer by, crossing over, right? Right? Transcending, right? Transition, cross over. There we got cross over. So my glory passeth by, and I will put thee in a cleft, right? In a cleft, a nikara, a fissure, a crevice of the rock, the store, and I will cover thee with my hand. Now, here the word for hand is not yad. I want to point this out. Usually the word of yad, right? Yad. Here is the word kaf. Kaf means the palm of the hand, right? So notice what he's saying. More properly translated, and will cover thee with my palm. I will cover thee with my palm while I pass by. So Yahweh is a Hebrew, right? Why we say this? Because the root word abar is the root of ibri. Abram is called ha-ibri. Abram ha-ibri, the ibri, right? The crosser over. You know what I mean? From low degrees to high degrees, from the straight way to the true way. Now, here's what we say the link with the Kabbalah, if you can receive it. Kabbalah means to receive, to welcome, right? So here's the link right here where he says, and I will take away mine hand. The word hand here is still kaf, right? He'll take away his hand, not his fist hand, but the palm of his hand, right? Check. So it says hand in this area and the next area, but as we study it, we see, okay, we can see even more of the real, right? Israel, and I will take away my palm, right? You know, like you have your palm, like you come to my face. Okay, you put your palm over their eyes and you bring them into a room of surprise or something. So this is this kind of a sense here. And I will take away my palm, and thou shalt see, right? Acharai, my back parts, right? But my face shall not be seen. Now, just a question. So what does it mean, Chabarim, when he says that, and he spoke to Moshe as a man speaketh to his friend, right? Panim el panim, face to face. Remember what Jacob said this when he encountered the man. Remember, he encountered the man. He was wrestling for man, right? That later on seems to become the angel. He found out that was the angel later on, but it was a man. The narrative tell you he saw a man and he started wrestling for man, right? A man, yeah, wrestles with a man. But then after the whole incident, what did Abino Yaakov, father Jacob, said? He said, I have seen Elohim, the creator, the judge of judges, panim el panim, faces to faces, face to face, and my life is preserved. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, for this kìtשא, lift up, right? Lift up your heads. Awo. Yes. Lift up your head. Yeah. I thought that was the A side, but that was the B side, the instrumental. Everton Blender right there. Lift up your head, hold them up high. Yes, so here Kìtשא et Rosh, translated as lift up, take the sum, translated in KJV as take the sum. More Hebraically is lift up the head count, the census count, Yisrael. So right here we have today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm, we have Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein Hey. Interesting that the Hebrew letter Ein mean I. So the word for Ein, right? The Ein, right? I. And here also the Hebrew letter Ein. Hebrew letter, it's a hard A sound, Ein Hey, right? Hey, fifth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So Ein, right, in the Aleph numerics of the Hebrew has a numerical value of 70, Ein, right, for the I, right? So letter Ein, I, 70. And Hey, right, Hey, numerical value of 5. So Mizmor Ein Hey, Psalm 75, Psalm LXXV. And it's themed here, the nation's gratitude, the nation's gratitude. Today's daily psalm, according to royal order, Ethiopian Hebrews, here after the order of Malachiah Tzedek, Melchizedek, King of righteousness, righteous King. So what do we have right here? The theme, the nation's gratitude. It's a little psalm, right? But very, very important right here. Let's see if we just go through some of the quick notes, right? Another theme, corresponding theme, Chabarim. Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein Hey, Mizmor or Tehillim. Sometimes say Mizmor, Psalm, Tehillim, praise, right? Tehillim, Ein Hey. Here, Psalm 75, K and D, column, delete notes, summary, the nearness of the judge. Yes. Once again, we have an Elohim song. Elohim, the title, right? The Afro-Shemitic title in relation, right, to Yahweh Eloheinu, refers to creator, as in Bereshith in the beginning, and to judge. So here, the nearness of the judge with the cup of wrath. Interesting. The nearness of the judge, Hashofet, right, with the cup of wrath. The nearness of Elohim, Hashofet, Elohim the judge, with the cup or the chalice of wrath. That for that Psalm 74 praise, right? We look at the last verse comparing the previous psalm in the order, right? Psalm 74, right? Round about verse 22. Let's check this out right here. Verse 22, right? At verse 22, it says, Arise, Yahweh, plead thine own cause. Look at this, right? The fools want to scoff at the elect of God, the elect of Xavier, at Kadamawi Haile Selassie when he pleaded, right, against the nations. But look at this here, right? Here we have Psalm, right? We have Psalm 74, right? Arise, O Elohim, Kuma Elohim, Riba, Rebecca, Rebecca, right? Plead, Rebecca, the eye's own cause. Plead the eye's own cause. Right? Kuma Elohim, Rebecca. They put Javeh there, but it's not there in the Hebrew. You know, they just added that there. Here, Kuma Elohim, Rebecca. Zekora Cherpatica, Zikora Cherpatika Minia Nabala Kola Hayom. Basic translation, remember the reproach. Notice during the time of the season, Purim, the Shabbat Zakor. Here it says Zikor Cherpatika. Remember thy reproach, the taunt, the taunting. Cherpatika, the eyes reproach, right? Remember thy reproach all the day at the hand of base men. Mini Nabal. You know, Nabal is like in Psalm, what is it, the fool, right? The fool have said to the fool Nabal, Mini Nabal, men of foolishness, call Hayom. foolish men, worthless men all the day. That's how the previous psalm here in the sequence of psalm. So here in today's daily psalm, Psalm 75, right, the nation's gratitude also themed the nearness of the judge, Elohim HaShofet, with the cup, the chalice of wrath, with the cup or the chalice of wrath. So here, this psalm beholds the judgment of Elohim, of the Creator, the Judge, upon the proud sinners, the proud uppers, right, becomes a source of praise, a source of praise. So the judgment upon of Elohim upon the proud sinners becomes a source of praise and of a triumphant spirit, a triumphant irit to the psalmist. So here we see a definite link, Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews of Psalms, as we study the context with a chant. No wonder it's in this season, this time, with the Shabbat Zakor, right, to remember to blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under, under the heavens, you know what I mean? And also with Purim, right, which is also continuing that theme against Esau's Piccaninnies. And we're not, we don't war against, it's not against the flesh, as the Brit Chadasha says, right? So we're looking at this, right, in the Brit Chadasha sense. You know what I mean? So the so-called Edomite sometimes can be a so-called pseudo-black man or a white man or any man. You know what I'm saying? When you overstand the Brit Chadasha sense, right? But here, right, the prophetic picture, it stands upon a lyrical groundwork of gold. It merges out of the depth of feeling, of the vibes, and it is drawn back or forward again into it. The inscription here we have in today's psalm to the presenter. In the KJV Bibles, that would be to the chief musician, La Menatzeach. Li to ha the Menatzeach. La Menatzeach. To the presenter, to chief musician after the measure, do not destroy. So there's a superscription, al tashchet. That means do not destroy. We're going to touch on that. We also have that in Psalm 57 and 1. A psalm of Asaph, a psalm. So both the chant is both a psalm, a mizmor, and a shir, a song, like sing jet, right? It's fully borne out. Now the Selah, it shows that the psalm as mizmor shir, as a song says, is appointed to be sung with musical accompaniment. With musical accompaniment, not a cappella, but with a musical accompaniment. And to the li asaf of Asaph, it corresponds, right? It thoroughly Asaphic. So Asaph was one of the choiristers, right? So there's the whole Hebrew holy and praise music, right? To understand who's who and what their compositions, the character of their compositions. That calls Psalm 50 to mind with a special force. But from Psalm 75, right? Psalm 75, today's daily psalm, it differs, however, in this particular, right? That a more clearly defined situation of affairs manifests itself through the hope, the expectation of the judicial interposition of Elohim, of the Creator, of the Judge of Judges, right? So it's like when they say we have to pray for the Judgment Day. Remember here in Burhan Selassie, BMW, Bob Marley, the Wailers, many others of the elders, the early proclaimers, in the way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ, mentioning how we have to pray for the Judgment Day. This is remind me of this verse here, through the hope of, or the expectation of, judicial interposition, that Elohim would put himself, interposition himself in what's going on, right? Here on this earthly plane. This is expressed in it with prophetic certainty. So there's also a prophetic aspect to the song. Oh, did you know that the prophets and music, there's a deep connection of the prophets and music? We'll get into, hopefully, Yah willing, a full breakdown. So when we've called certain musicians, as one might say, right, wailers or singers and players, prophets, it's actually scripturally sound, right? But according to appearances, right? It is the time, this psalm, according to what appears in this psalm, it is a time of judgment of the nations. Judgment of the nations, the same thing that we're expecting in these days and time, right? The end times, the last days of the nations, the nation states, the times of the Gentiles, right? In the person of Assyria, not, however, the time immediately following the great catastrophe, but prior to this, when Isaiah, so now here by studying, it links us with other areas of the script so we can, be better, well sharp, right? With Isaiah, Isaiah's prophecy concerning the shattering, right, and smattering and flattering, right, the shattering, right, of the Assyrian power against Jerusalem had gone forth. Now, some regard this psalm as the lyrical companion of the prophecy. So some look at the prophecies in Isaiah, Yeshaya, and then if this was like on music, you'll play this music here, right, as you read, the prophet or Isaiah, right, or the prophet Isaiah. The musical version is the song, uttered in the presence of the ruin, right, that threatened from Assyria, and as testimony of the living faith, right? The true Hebrew faith. Hebrew truly regards the faith, not the flesh. The living faith. With that, the church, those who are called out, right? The called out at that time received the Debar Elohim, right? The word of God, right? So some assign Psalm 75 and Psalm 76. Some see in this Judas Maccabeus, so the time of Maccabees. So some link this psalm with the Maccabean time, right? Who celebrates the victory over Apollonius, right, in the one, and the victory over Saran in the other, right? Quote, we may imagine that he utters the words of Psalm 75:11 while he brandishes the captured sword of the fallen Apollonius. Okay, there we go. Apollonius, the fallen Apollonius. But the probability that it refers to the Assyrian period is at least equally balanced with the probability that it refers to the Maccabean. So it refers to these different periods of time, when these different wannabe world powers, so you talk about New World Order, they're all trying to, so-called be the power. You know what I'm saying? And they get flattered and shattered, right? Psalm 75:7 and 76:5-7. And if the time of Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, were to be given up, then we might sooner go back to the time of Jehoshaphat. So a very important theme in early Rastafari was the Valley of Jehoshaphat. And Yahushaphat, Yahushaphat, Yah for Yahweh, Yah, right? Jehovah judgment, the judgment of Jehovah. For both songs are too original to appear as echoes, and not much rather as models of the later prophecy. So from these psalms, it can be adduced that later prophecies, ones can be inspired, right, from these original, we say, prophecies, like these, like the like the Holy Grail, so to speak, what I mean, of prophecy, later prophecies. The only influence that is noticeable in today's daily psalm is Mor Ayin Hey, Psalm 75, the nation's gratitude, is that of the song of Hannah, the song of Hannah, the song of Hannah, right? So here we have a judgment psalm. The church, truly in the Hebrew, no, the Greek, let's go for the Greek. Church in Greek is ekklesia, ecclesia, like in Spanish. They say ecclesia, right? Ecclesiastical. We're about to head into the ecclesiastical year. What do we mean by that? Well, when we head into the time of Pesach, as we head into the time, the month of Abib, right, past the time of Purim here, right, we are heading into the churchical, the Hebrew churchical year. Churchical, remember the church in the wilderness was a tabernacle, and the church is not the building so much, but it's the coming together of ones and ones, right? The church. So the church was those who were ekkalio, they were ekkalio. Kallio mean to call. They were out called, right? So those who, like Paul, was among the rabbis, the Pharisees, and he came out from that. You know what I mean? And brought a baraka. You know what I'm saying? And as others were called out, even later on, from among the other Yehudi that hated on and did not receive Yeshua as that prophesied Moshiach, according to the prophecies, they had to come out from among them, be separate. The whole idea, even in the Torah, build in the studies of separation. So the church is the outcall. So we use the term church, but not in the sense of like the building, like in churchianity, but church in the true sense of the outcall, or even in the Torah sense of the church in the wilderness, the assembly, right? In anticipation gives thanks, right? The gathering gives thanks for the judicial revelation, the judgment, the judicial, even the line of the tribe of Judah, judicial, right? Revelation of its Elohim, right? The near approach of that he asserts, right? He himself asserts to it. All right, so let's get into some of the details here, verse by verse. We got actually 10 verses in the KJV, but in the Hebrew it's 11 verses for the superscription, right? The superscription is included as a verse. So the part to the chief musician, you see the word al tashchet, they have it as al tashit, right? But really tashchet, al tashchet means do not destroy, right? A psalm, song of Asaph. That line right there, right, in the Hebrew is properly the Aleph verse or the first verse. But be that as it may it as it be, right? Let's ride up right here. The mood changes abruptly, right, in this psalm as we pass from the foregoing, Psalm 74, to the present one, Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein Hey. Here is a song of Todah, of thanksgiving, of Miskana, for deliverance, Yeshuot, from peril, right? It may be compared, right, with the XLVI, with Psalm 46, right? Psalm 46 to Psalm 48. So this psalm can be also compared to Psalm 46 to Psalm 48 that tell of the defeat. These psalms tell historically of the defeat of the Assyrian invasion, the Ashurian, the Assyrian invasion of Judea by Sennacherib, right? And possibly they relate to the same incident. In the LXX, in the Septuagint, right? The LXX has the title, A Song Concerning the Assyrians. And also, I think in the King of Kings Bible and the Orthodox Churchical Bibles, I've seen that as well, right? Where it has an additional, you say superscription, right? Which basically says something to the effect of a song concerning the Assyrians, right? In the Septuagint, right? And also in the King of Kings Bible, the Ge'ez, and other, texts. Some texts do have that there. But here, first verse here. So we have the first verse, right? He breaks the first and second verse from the King James Version of the Bible. The first verse, including the superscription, right? This verse is a verse, right? Is a verse in and of itself, right? Yisrael thanks Elohim, thanks the judge, right? Yisrael, right here, thanks Elohim, thanks the judge. Hold on for one moment right here. Here. Did we let you hear that first? Let's just hear that, right? Hear that, and then we'll ride up.
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly. And to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
Yes, 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 yes. You see that emphasis there, right? That emphasis there with the horns, right? With the horns. Hold on for one moment right here, brothers and sisters. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's just checking this out here. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's get into today's daily psalm right here. The first verse right here. First verse right here. Let's do this right here. Give me one moment. Just taking care of a quick something right here. A little technical matter. Let's go over here. All right. All right. So here. So here, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Ein Hey, right? Psalm 75. We have the theme of the nation's gratitude, right? Also have the theme right here of the nearness of the judge. It's an Elohim psalm, Elohim HaShofet, with the cup or the chalice of wrath, right? The chalice of wrath. So here, to the chief musician, right? Al Tashchet. So here in the Hebrew, La Menatziach Al Tashchet, Mizmor Le Asaf Shir, Mizmor, Psalm, Le Asaf, of Asaf, Shir, a song. First part, La Menatziach, to the Menatziach, right? To the overcomer, the chief musician, like the superintendent or director, the chief musician, right? Chief of the musicians, right? La Menatziach al tashchet. So al tashchet right here in the Hebrew means in Hebrew al, don't, right? Do not, right? Tashchet, destroy. Al tashchet, do not destroy, right? Al tashchet. There's some reasonings, as to what the meaning of this al tashchet is. Some say a command to the chief musician, or perhaps it's a title of a melody, like we have dubs and instrumentals sometimes have interesting names. So perhaps it was a melody that was called Al Tashchet, right? And this is used for several psalms. But it has a sense of not just do not destroy, but thou must not destroy. Al Tashchet, right? Also, we have Psalm 57. In Psalm 57, verse 1, the Al Tashchet, right? Al Tashchet, right? Here. Al, do not, Tashchet, the I destroy, right? Thou must not destroy. Al Tashchet, right? Right there. So now to the first proper verse, right? In the KJV, to thee, O Elohim, O Creator, O Judge, do we give thanks? Do we give thanks? For thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. Let's check out the notes quickly here. Al tashchet, they have it here in the translator's notes as destroy not, right? Destroy not. Thou must not destroy, right? Al tashchet, right? And the next note right here of or for, okay, of Asaph or for Asaph. Le Asaph can be for Asaph, but use the context, Le Asaph of Asaph. So right here, let's touch on the Ivrit, the Hebrew here, including the superscription again. La menatzeach al tashchet mizmor le asaf shir. Hodinu lekah Elohim, hodinu we karo b'shemeka sipru nifa leoteka. So what we have here, hodinu, Remember we talking about India and Hodu, right? Hodu, India in the Hebrew, one form of it, they say means like give thanks. Y'all give thanks, right? Hodu. Hodu, right? Hodu here come from Yada, right? It come from Yada, right? Yada, right here, right? Yada, right? Hodinu, in like a he feel sense to give thanks. Hodi, right? Hodi, Anu. Anu is us. Hodinu. Hodinu. We give thanks. We hand it to him, right? The sense is literally it's the sense of handing it. You see where it says to use the hand. Yad is hand. Yada means to hand, right? But it has a twofold sense to hold out the hand, right? Or it can be to throw or to aim. But in the sense right here is to revere or to worship, right? Especially with extended hands. It's in the sense that we might know it or encountered it as like, put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. And we sometimes do it like as a kind of an ancient, hold on for a moment right there, as an ancient kind of unconscious thing. Like somebody comes in the room and they did a wonderful thing and we put our palms up towards heaven, like we're pushing up the firmament, you know what I mean, on that level, right? But it does have that sense. Do we push up the firmament? We hand it to Yah. We both hand it to him in the sense of giving thanks, right, with our hands. So here, Hodinu. Hodi anu, hodinu. We hand it to you. We thank lika to the eye, right? We thank to the eye, male, Elohim, O Creator, O Judge. Hodinu. We thank the eye. Wikarob. Wi and karob and near Shemeka. And near is the I male name. Wikarob Shemeka. Wikarob. Let's get there. Here they translate as for thy name, thy Shem, Shemeka, thy name, thy reputation, fame, glory, the Hashem, right? Karob. Karob, right? Wikarob Shemeka is near in place, near in time, near in personal relationship, even for Beta Israel covenant relationship. Check, right? Sipru, Nifa leoteka. Sipru, right? It says, thy wondrous works declare. Sipru. They recount, right? They safar, sipru, right? Nifloteka, right? They relate, they count, they tell. The sense of this word can also mean to number, but it's the sense of to rehearse or to tell something, like to count exactly, accurately. They tell, to score. The sense of this is to enumerate or to score, right? With a sense of declaring, as if by scoring, right? The word niflaot is the plural sense of nifla or fala. Fala or pala, you see pala here? Pala in the nephil sense. You see the nephil sense? Right? The nephil sense, to be beyond one's power, to be difficult to do. Pala, fala, right? Niflaot, right? That which is difficult to understand. Right. Give me one moment. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're being heard again. Apologies right there. Yeah. Yeah. Apologies that brothers and sisters right there. It had went out. Um wow, sometimes those things happen. So give thanks for making I know about that. Give me one moment so I can bring up the screen again. We had to refresh our page right there. So it was just the sound. There was no sound momentarily. Well, maybe for a couple of moments. I'm not too sure, but give thanks for making I know. Okay, here we go. All right, so here we was actually seeking to explain the word niflot, right? From Fala Pala, right? That which sometimes is called wondrous works, but something that distinguishes, separates, right? I think the item get the idea, but we go with wondrous works right here, here. Once again to the verse, La menatziach ala tashchet mizmor le asaf shir hodinu leka Elohim hodinu wik aroba shemeka siparua nifleoteka. So here to the last part right here, thy wondrous works, right? So what do we have here? Some keys that we have right here in this particular verse. First of all, is about the name. About the name. Now, notice in this psalm, we're calling on the attribute of Yahweh as creator, and in the context here as judge, right? And here it says, Wik arov shemeka. Wik arov, and near, and arov, this word here, arov, right? The H7138, arov, near, right? And it's near, BDB defines it in like place, time, and also you check it, personal relationship, the sense of kinship, right? Karo, right? So we say if Elohim was one of us, yeah, in a sense he is. Wik arov shemeka, right? And we are of him. Wik arov shemeka. But here it says thy name, thy male name is near. Wik arov shemeka, right? Thy name. Elohim had revealed his nearness, right? Karo, right? To the Beta Israel, right? To the Israelite people, to Amo Yisrael, by the humiliating defeat that he, even he who be, had inflicted upon the enemy, right? Upon the enemy. Here to this first verse, bring out this first verse, right? And it says Sipru. Sipru is interesting because Sipru is saying like they declare, the sense of men declare, right? So when it says Sipru, Nifa leoteka, your niflaot, thy male niflaot, thy wondrous, thy hard to understand, beyond, human and mortal power to do, right? They safar, right? They recount, right? They relate, right? They tell the recent happenings, right, that had been widely talked about in the context here of today's daily psalm, right here. So once again, this first verse right here, right, first and second, right, La Menatziach Al Tashchet, to the chief musician, the presenter, the overcomer, Al Tashchet, thou must not destroy, Mizmor, a psalm, a chant, Le Asaf, of Asaph, Shir, a song. Hodinu leka Elohim hodinu. Wik arov shemeka sipru nifleoteka. Here. Moving it forward. The next section right here, verses 2 to 3. These two verses here, the bait verses, but this is a next section right here. That first verse is Yisrael, right? The Beta Israel, thanks Elohim, thanks the Creator, thanks the Judge, right? Here in verses 2 to 3, right? 2 to 3, right? We have Elohim upholding the moral order, right? Elohim upholding the moral order in the universe, right? So here, second verse, Psalm 75, when I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. This is a very interesting verse. I always thought it was. When you read the psalm, we give thanks to the eye, O Elohim. Hodinu leka Elohim. We give thanks, Hodinu, right? Wikarov Shemeka, and your name is near. Thy male name Shemeka is near. Sipru Niflaoteka, and they tell of thy wondrous works. Right? Then bringing us here, when I shall receive. A more better translation would be when I take the appointed time, right? When I select, when I take the appointed time. Now, the KJV says, when I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. We propose a little more better. When I take the appointed time, I myself will judge with equity. What do we have right here? The word receive is take a set time. So here we have the word receive is lakach. Lakach means to take. Lakach, right? Kach, take. Kach, lakach, he took, right? So lakach means to take, right? And the word congregation is the word moed. Now what's interesting, I think is Psalm, what is it, 70? Is it this Psalm? Is one of the songs when it says that they have burned up all the synagogues in the land. The word for synagogue is moed, right? Now, moed means the appointed place, like the tabernacle. The tabernacle is called the ohel, the tent, moed, ha-moed, the ohel ha-moed, the tent of ha-moed, of the moed. This is this word here, moed, right? Moed, 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 moadah. Moed and Moada, right? Here in the sense of Moed, the appointed place, the appointed time. The sense of this word is like an appointment, right? Appointed time. Like the sacred seasons as Pesach is coming forward. Here we're entering again into the churchical aspect of the Hebrew year, right? With the appointed seasons, the Moadim. We call it in the plural Moadim, right? The Moadim, right? The sacred seasons. But this word moed is an appointed meeting. It can be an appointed place, an appointment. The tent of meeting is called, as we said, the ohel moed, the tent of meeting, the tent of appointment, right? Here, the word properly is appointment. That is to say, a fixed time and a season. But specifically, Torah wise, it relates to the feasts and the festivals. The implication is that these are time when, with 3 times in a year, shall all the males of Yisrael might appear in the place that Shemo Sham, where he sets his Shem, the Hashem, right? So it's an assembly, right? This is the context of the church idea, right? Assembly as convened for a definite purpose, right? According to purpose, definite purpose. Technically is the congregation, right? By extension, it's the place of meeting, but really the sense of appointment is the true sense. So KJV translator translated as when I shall receive the congregation. So when I should read this, I'm like, okay, but who's the I? Is this God speaking? Is this I? Like one of I and I, Ani Va'ani? Like, what's the context of this? But now, in going over like the Hebrew and getting a better sense, here, let's bring out the Hebrew first, right? Ki ekach, ki, for or when, ki, for, when, ekach, 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 ki ekach, when I receive, right? To say, really, when I take, the sense of lakach, ekach, when I take, when I get, when I fetch, when I lay hold of, right? When I acquire, right? Ekach. This can also be used to, like when you say he took a wife, marry a wife, ekach, right? Lakach. But here, ki ekach, when I ekach moed, when I take the moed, when I take the appointment, right? Like the appointed time, the appointed season. Ki ekach moed, Ani, I myself. Here we have the pronoun. So whenever the pronoun is there, it's usually added for it's there and it's emphatic. Like I myself, Ani, nobody else. Ani, Meisharim Eshpot. Ani, I myself, Meisharim, uprightly with integrity with Meishar. Meshar is evenness. Mesharim is the plural sense of Meshar. Mesharim, right? So here where it says Ani Mesharim Eshpot, Eshpot, right? I, right, evenly, uprightly, in a straight, in an even, a leveled up way, rightly with equity, right, with uprightness, integrity, right, evenness, straightness, right, Mesharim, Ani Mesharim, Eshpot, 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 right, Eshpot. Eshpot means, right, I will shafat, right, I will judge. Now we have to get a sense of what Hebrew judging means, so you don't confuse it with, you know, the Gentiles or others, right? Some things might be similar, but to get the specific sense in the Hebrew sense, right? It means to judge. That means to pronounce sentence, to pronounce a sentence, like to hear a case, to shema a case, right? And to pronounce word, sound, power, to pronounce sentence, right? For or against, right? For in favor of one and against the next. By implication, shafat, right, as we have here, eshpot, right here means I will shafat, eshpot, right, I will shafat, right, eshpot, right, I will judge, I will pronounce sentence for or against. The implication, I will vindicate, right, or I will punish. The extension of this word, shafat, is to govern, right? The sense is like to litigate. In the passive sense, right, is to litigate, like you litigating, like say before a judge, right, on behalf of one, right? So you're also seeking to kind of pronounce sentence based on the evidence and how you present your case. You know what I mean? So here, the more better, right? The more better sense of this right here, ki ekach moed, ani mesharim eshpot, right? When I take the appointed time, when I take the appointment, the moed, the sacred season, right? I myself, ani mesharim eshpot, I myself will judge, right? Equity, with uprightness, with level upness, evenness, right? So Elohim here is regarded as the speaker, right? So Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, the speaker, ki ekach moed, ani mesharim eshpot, right? When I take the appointment, the sacred season, ki ekach moed, right? I myself, mesharim eshpot, I myself will judge with uprightness, with straightness, with equity, right? So Elohim is the speaker and announces his will, right? So this sentence here, this verse here, the will of Elohim, right? Elohim is the speaker announcing his will. He bides. So what this teaches us? That he bides, even he who be who he be. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be he. That Hashem bides his time and chooses his moment to intervene and to interposition himself, right, against the aggressor, right? Ki ekach moed ani mesharim eshpot. Here. Let's keep it moving here. This is the section Elohim upholds, how he upholds the moral, right? The moral order, right? Oh. Too fast. Slicha. There's a couple of more gems here, right? So take, right, in the sense of select, right? Lakah, the appointed time, the moed. Once again, these are key words here, right? Moed, as it links with like the feast, the festivals, the appointment. To put a stop to the boastful activities of the merciless strong, right? Who dominate the weak, right? So Yahweh from the scriptures, he pleads on behalf of the weak against the strong, as his majesty pleaded on behalf of the weaker nations against the strong Gentile nations, right? The tribe of Judah against the strong Gentile nations. Now, the slow hand, right? Some say there's a slow hand that traverses the dial in time, right? the slow hand that goes over, traverses the dial in time, and at the last hour strikes. And the crash, it comes punctually. When the crash, it comes punctually at the moment, bringing out the sense right here, kiekach moed, right? So the ani, as I mentioned already, is the I, ani, the Hebrew I, right? Ani. But the introduction of the pronoun, it stresses the subject of the verb, I. Whatever men may do or seem to be, right? Ani, I. Whatever man may think, Ani, Ani Mesharim Eshpot. I will judge uprightly with equity, right? The equity, as we mentioned already, the Meshar, right? Here, Mesharim, with even necessities, with uprightnesses, with straight necessities, right? Being level. We say level up. Yahweh will level up the judgment. Justice, tzedek, right? It triumphs when Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, when he discharges his office as judge of the world, right? Right? As the judge, right, of the olam, right? Shoftei ha-olam ha-olamim, as the eternal judge of the world. Yes, I. Here, to the second verse here, right? The third verse, which is the second in this section, verses 2 and verse 3 here the Gimel verse. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah, pause. Here, the interlude, the pause, right? Nimogim eretza. We call Yoshbeha. Anoki. T kanti, amudeha selah. So what do we have here? Nimogim, right? Nimogim, here, dissolve, right? Nimogim, they are mugged, they are mugged, right? Nimogim comes from the root Hebrew word mug. Mug means to melt, right? To cause to melt, right? Right? So here where it says Nimogim, right? Nimogim, they are like melted away, right? They are melted away. The Nephil, right? Nimogim, right? Here we have Nimogim, the melted away ones, right? Who are they? Melted away ones, Eretz, the earth, right? Melted away ones of the earth would call, and all Yoshbeha, and all those that dwell in her, right? Right, and all those that dwell in her. So the KJV is kind of turned about, right? It has the first phrase is Nimogim Eretz. They are melted, the earth, or the earth, they are melted, right? Earth, they are melted with call. So like saying that the earth is melted and all the inhabitants, the sitters in her, all those who sit in her, who inhabit her, would call Yoshbe Ha. Yoshbe, the sitters of Ha, of her, would call Yoshbe Ha. Would call Yoshbe Ha. Would call Yoshbe Ha. Nimogim Eretza would call Yoshbe Ha. So here it's saying that the earth and all the sitters in her, right, the dwellers in her, are dissolved, right, are like melted, right, are melted, right. Nimogim, once again, dissolved from mug, right, nimogim, right, are melted, away. And nimogim eretz, right, we call yoshbeha. Yoshbeha is those who yashab in ha. Yashab, to sit, ha, right? Yoshbeha, those who sit in her, right? To say like those who sit in the earth, those who dwell in the earth, right? Those who dwell in the land. The more tighter context is the land, right? Nimogim eretza we call Yoshbeha, right? Anoki, I. Now here we get the second type of I, right? Not the ani I. Here we have the Anoki I. Let's scroll down here to show you right here the Anoki I. So here we have Anoki I. It's more of a personal kind of an I, while Ani is more general. But here, Anoki, right? Anoki, right? The self, the more selfish I, personal I. Anoki, right? Anoki Tikanti, right? Anoki Tikanti, right? I myself establish Amudeha. I myself establish her pillars, her Amud. Amud mean pillar, like the pillar in the wilderness, the Amud, right? So here it says Amudeha, her pillars. Amude, the pillars of Ha, the pillars of her. Anoki Tekanti, Tekanti, I Takan, I regulate. Tekanti, I have regulated. Anoki, I myself, Tekanti, I have regulated, measured, estimated, ponder, level, balance, the sense of weighing out, right? To balance. But takan is more in the sense of balance, measure. In a figurative sense, to arrange, to equalize. Through the idea of leveling, right? Takanti. Anoki, takanti, amudeha. I have balanced, equalized, leveled, right? Her amudeha, her pillars, right? So the idea of leveling. In a mental sense, when this word is taken mentally, right? This particular word right here, right? Takan, where it's taken mentally is to estimate or to test, right? So ani anoki tikanti amudeha se la. The pores right here. Give me one moment, brother and sister. Let me just go back to this verse. I didn't scroll down, right? I should have scrolled down to show you. So you see the ani, so the two eyes in Hebrew, right? There's ani and there's anoki. Ani and anoki, right? Ani. Usually when ani is there, it's for emphasis, right? Ani, right? So in the verse before, the second verse, we had ani. Ani mesharim eshpot. I will judge in equity, right? In uprightness. And now here we have anoki, right? Another form of the Hebrew I, right? Here where it says nimogim eretza we call yoshbeha. Anoki tikanti amudeha. Anoki tikanti amudeha. Right? So here, we have the anoki, right? The ani and the anoki, right? Get into it another time, the differences, right? Suffice it to say, the anoki is more like the self, the more personal I, while the ani is more the general I, right? So like I myself have dissolved. So nimogim. So the land is dissolved, and those who dwell in her, who dwell in the eretz, in the aretz, those who dwell in the land, those who dwell in the earth, are dissolved, right? This is what it's saying here. When human society appears to be at the point of collapse, because its foundations, the foundation of human society, which is righteousness, has been compromised or has been undermined, right? Yahweh Eloheinu, Ha Elohim, strengthens it again. This is one kind of reasoning from this right here. When we look at it, we can see it physically, but then we can also understand the point of reference with like the foundation. What's the foundation of the land? What's the foundation of people in the land? Right? It's righteousness. So when that righteousness, right choiceness has been compromised or undermined, right? The sense of this verse here is that Eloheinu, Ainai Elohim, he strengthens it. He's able to strengthen it again. Now the Selah, which is the pause, the interlude, right? Like to the bridge right here. This brings us to the close of this section, right? Verses 2 to 3. Elohim upholds the moral order, right? Yahweh Eloheinu upholds, right? Genuine morality, right? Here, to move forward here in verses 4, right? The Dalet verse, verses 4, right, to 5. These two verses here, the theme in these two verses is the warning. In these two verses, we get the warning to the arrogant, right? The arrogant, right? I said, or to the fools, right? I said to the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, to the defiant, lift not up the horn. I have to say to you, brothers and sisters, that when I see this part about lifting up the horn, I think about, the whole so-called Il Canuto, like the so-called Satan horn or devil horns, and how these ideas are even used, among the nations, right? Here, the Hebrew says, Amarti, 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 Amarti. I have said, I have Amard, right? So Amar, to say, he said, Amar, Amarti. I said, Amarti. La Holalim. I said to the Holalim, right? Al Taholu. I said to the Holalim, don't Taholu, right? La Holalim, Al Taholu. So what do we have? We have the halal. Now remember this word halal? It's like hallelujah. It's like that sound there. Remember this word, we touched on this before, but in the Hebrew, this is part of the name of Lucifer, right? In the Hebrew, or Latin Lucifer, but the verses in the KJV, his name Halel ben Shahar, Halel. But they falsely think it's interpreted as to shine. But notice what it says. It's only could be shine like light bearer if truly he was, figuratively speaking, bringing forward Elohim's favor, right? But it's not that sense. It's in the secondary sense, as we say hallelujah, right? But it's not the praise or the boast. It's more of the boast, right? Let's bring it down here. Holalim. Look what the holalim sense. It's the poel sense, right? Not to boast, as we say hallelujah, boast in Yah, but the holalim, like their master, the Halel, right, Ben Shahar, the one that they call Lucifer, right? It's not light bearer. It's really braggart, fool, madman, braggart and fool, madman. That's what it's saying there in the verse where they put in the Latin Lucifer there. It's saying braggart, fool, you're a braggart, right? You're bigging up yourself, you're boasting yourself, so much so you're a fool, you're a madman, right? And we're going to boast off of your fall. You see where it says to be clamorously foolish, right? To rave, to foolish. So it's an interesting, the same word halal, that we have the root word that we can say hallelujah, to boast y'all in Yah, right? In its more intensive sense, the holel, holalim, right? Holel, halel. Halel is the proper name, Halel ben Shahar, right? The fool of the dawn, the braggart, the madman of the morning, right? La holalim ala taholu. So now notice how it links with these ones here, the so-called Lucifer in the Hebrew true sense, with the fools here, right? I said to the fools, right? Amarti, la holalim, those who holel, those who brag, boast, like boast themselves. Al taholu, don't boast yourself. Al taholu, it's the H 1984 word. La holalim, al taholu, with la rishaim, and to the rishaim, to the ratchet, to the wicked, to the defiant, to the rishaim, right? Al tarimu karen. Altarimu karen. Altarimu. Don't lift up, y'all. Altarimu. Don't lift up, y'all. Karen. Don't lift up, y'all, a horn. Don't lift up, y'all, the horn. Altarimu karen. This sentence right here, that KJV translates that I said to the foolish, deal not foolishly, right? And to the wicked, to the Rasha, to the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, the defiant, the wicked, right? The bad, the wrong, right? What did I say to them, right? Al tarimuk aren. Do not do not tarimu, the more intensive sense, the he feel sense, right? Not room, but reem, tarimu, right? You all, al tarimu, karen. Don't y'all lift up, don't y'all raise up, right? Don't y'all raise up the karen, right? Or karen, the Karen, the Karen, no, not the Karen, but the Karen, 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 right? The karen. Don't you raise up the horn, right? Don't y'all raise up the karen, the horn. What do we have here? The arrogant, holalim, right? Holalim, the arrogant ones, the boasters, the fool. They boast so much, it's like they're madmen, right? The psalmist, right? Some say may have in mind the conduct of Sennacherib, right? The Assyrian king. In Isaiah chapter 37, round about verse 23. Remember what he was saying? He was saying all kind of wild stuff. He was like, don't you trust in your God? No, because none of these other nations, their gods were able to stop them from me taking them. So don't trust in your God. He was saying a lot of wild stuff. Definitely, he's a Holel, right? He's a Holalim. He's one of the Holalim there. So no doubt this is speaking to them. Don't lift up the what? The Karen. Al Tarimu Karen. Right? The El Canudo. Do not behave like horned animals. Right? In the first type, the natural type, don't y'all behave like animals. Because what happens? Animals usually do what? They'll lift up their horn, they'll get their horns in position, right? That don't behave like horned animals that toss their heads defiantly, right? You ever seen the horned animals? They're about to buck up, right? And they're moving around, look at my horns, right? I'm gonna jerk you, right? So don't behave like horned animals that toss their heads defiantly because of confidence in their strength, right? Like a lot of you've probably seen this on some of the nature shows, right? Some of the animals think like, yeah, they're confident in their horns, and sometimes they get their horns broken, right? That's what it's saying to the foolish here in this verse right here. Amarti la holalim al taholu wela rishaim Al tarimu karen. Don't lift up the karen, the karen. Don't lift up Karen. No. Here, the hay verse. The hay verse, the fifth verse right here. Right? Fifth verse. Remember, this section is themed a warning to the arrogant foolish. Right? Warning to the arrogant fools. Right? Lift not up your horn. See how this idea is repeated here in the next verse? Lift not up your horn on high. Speak, right? A stiff neck. Mm, mm. Wow. You see where it says right here, it says speak in the KJV, the italicized words, not with. What's the principle, Chabarim, fellow Talmudim? Those words are not there, right? Those words are not there, right? Maybe once in a blue, right? But so far, I don't remember that blue, right? Like a blue moon, but most times those words not there. Let's prove it here. Let's go through this verse. Al tarimu la marom. Al tarimu, don't y'all lift up, right? La marom, right? To the height, like marom, right? Marom. Don't y'all lift up to the marom, to a height, to an elevation. Now notice this right here. You see the word marom, marom. This is from the verb here, right? Room, to rise, right? So don't lift it up to a height, right? Don't lift it up la marom, to the ha marom, to the height, la marom. Al tarimu la marom, karnikem, karnikem, the karen of kem, y'all horn. So it's like saying all of they, like male, have like one, right? Y'all have like one horn. Karnikem, right? Karnikem, right? It says tidabru, right? Tidabru, speaking, y'all. Y'all are speaking tidabru, Be sawar, sawara attack, sawar attack, sawar attack. You're speaking with a sawar attack, right? So the first word right here is sawar, sawar, the neck. Sawar, the savar is like the neck, like the back of the neck, right? The savar, the neck, right? One of the words for neck, right? The neck, right? That is attack, that is forward, that is bold, that's arrogant. Usually this is used of speech, right? In the sense of license. Today we'll call this entitlement. Like you speak in the sense of entitlement, attack, right? Bis avar attack, bis avar attack, bis awar attack, right? But now notice something here, here, the sense of license, of impudent. But if you strike out the italicized words, read it again. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak, right? A stiff neck. Speak a stiff neck. The context here is that y'all are speaking, right? A stiff neck. That what you're speaking is stiff neck, right? Not with a stiff neck. It doesn't say don't speak, right? It says don't lift up your horn to speak, right? Right? Stubborn arrogance. ISV actually brings out the kind of spirit of the Hebrew there, right there. So here once again, al tarimu lamarom karnekem, tedabru beas awaratak, right? Haughty neck that thrusts the head upward. You know, you can see it among animals and even people, right? Right? A haughty neck. Mussolini, he had like a haughty neck too. You know, a lot of these kind of politicians, Obama did a haughty neck, right? Also, Trump does the haughty neck sometimes, right? That thrust the head upward as a gesture of insolent pride, right? Of insolent pride. So here, this verse, Al tarimu lamaroma karnekem tidabarua bis awar atak. Here, to the next section right here, just two more sections, small sections, short sections right here. Here, the Vav verse. Here we have the 6th, right? The 6th to 8th verse right here. And here we have man's fate, the fate of man, right? Man's fate is in, right? Elohim's hands, is in the Creator's hand. Man's fate is in Elohim's hand. It's in the judge's hand. Here it says, here in the Vav verse, the wild verse, for promotion, neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. Promotion, the word cometh is not there. Promotion, neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. You know, it's like if you're rhyming and rapping, you say promotion, neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the cometh there is not there. It's not there in the Hebrew, right? So here, kilo amit mimotza, kilo mimotza, kilo mimotza, right? Mimotza, right? Ua mia ma arab, wiloa mia mi dabara harim. Interesting here. Interesting the Hebrew. Look at the note for a moment. The south here, it says the desert, right? The south here, right, is the Midbar, right, is the wilderness, the pasture lands, right, the wilderness, nor from the wilderness, more correctly, nor from the wilderness. So it says, Ki lo mi motza, mi motza. What is motza, right? Ki lo mi motza, right? Oh wow. Okay, no, I just see it here. I just preed it right here. Right? This sentence is the way they translate it in the KJV is like back to front, right? A more better translation, like the Yehudi translation, for neither from the east nor from the west, nor yet from the wilderness cometh lifting up. Right? Once again, for neither from the east nor from the west, nor yet from the wilderness cometh lifting up. Right? Cometh lifting up. Right? Why did they translate it like that right there? So here we have me motza. Motza, right, in Hebrew means like the place that something emanates from. Really, it does, yeah. Something emanates, comes out, it springs out from, right? The going forth, like coming out, like exiting from, right? Going forth from, motza, right? The going forth, right there, the egress, right? The exit, the source, right? But in the Hebrew, the sense of the motzah specifically is the dawn, like the rising of the sunlight, right? The sense right here, motzah. So here it says in the Hebrew, ki for lo, for not me from motzah. Ki lo, for not mi motza. So not from the motza, right? Not from the motza, from the place that like the sunlight, emanates or comes forth, right? Egresses, right? Uamia ma'arab, and not from the ma'araba, the ma'araba, not from the ma'arab, right? Not from the setting place, to say the west. So not from the east or the west, but it doesn't say east or west, but not from the place of the light coming, like entering in, right? And not from the Ma'arab, right? The Ma'arab, right? And the Ma'arab actually means this. It's a sense of shading. Arab, like the Arab, right, means to become evening. So when we say Erev Tov, Erev, some say Erev Tov is Erev is the evening. When it becomes like twilight time and get dark. So not from the place where the sunlight comes in, right? Right? And then at the end of the day, from where it like kind of exits. Kia loa mi motza ua mia ma'arab. Willow and not mi debar, and not from the Midbar. Midbar is the wilderness, Harim. So Harim here, right? Right? Harim from room, right? And we have Har. Now notice Harim is an interesting sense. It could be read as the mountains, right? Midabar Harim, from the wilderness of the mountains, and not from the wilderness of the mountains. But this also points to the south, like for example, the Horn of Ethiopia, Horn of Africa, the mountains there. Kilimanjaro, the other mountains. You know what I'm saying? So Willow Mia Midabara Harim. So this can be read in kind of two senses, right? It can be read that the lifting up, Harim, or in the next sense of the Harim from room, to lift up, right? Since the theme here is lifting up, right? Nor does lifting up come from the wilderness, right? So right here, the wilderness, right? The wilderness, bringing out this word here, Midabar, right? And the fourth book, known as Numbers, in Hebrew is known as the Sefer Midbar, right? The Sefer Midbar, right? The wilderness, right? The wilderness. And the wilderness is not always a desert. Let me make that clear. The wilderness is not always a desert. It's just a place without, I say, civilization, without like man's things. You know what I mean? Right? The southern boundary, some say, of the Holy Land, we would agree, depending on how far south we're going, right? The northern is not mentioned, right, because it was considered by the ancients to be a region of darkness. So some ask and say, well, what's interesting? Which direction is not mentioned here? The direction that's not mentioned here is the north. And it is considered, the reason why it wasn't mentioned, because by the ancients, the Saphon, right, was considered to be a region of darkness or disillumination. Harim, promotion, right? Harim, lifting up. Harim, right? From no point of the compass should men, right, seek allies to establish their superiority or supremacy over others. Again, right? Where it says right here in this particular verse right here, it says, "Willow mi midbar harim, nor yet from the wilderness cometh lifting up." Right? Promotion does not come. Right? Lifting up does not come. From no point of the compass should men seek allies to establish their supremacy, right, or superiority over others, because the issue is ultimately decided by Elohim, by Yahweh Eloheinu. So right here, Kilo mi motza umia ma'arab, Willoa mia mi debar harim. Here to the Zain, the seventh verse right here, right? They say, KJV says, but God, the judge, he putteth down one and setteth up another. The Hebrew reads, Ki Elohim, for, because of for Elohim, not but. There's no but there. Ki Elohim, for Elohim, right? For the creator, the judge. Ki Elohim Shofet, right? For Elohim Shofet is the judge, Shofet, right? For Elohim is judge. Ki Elohim Shofet. Zeh Yashpil. Zeh Yashpil. This he puts down. Zeh Yashpil. This one he puts down with Zeh. And this one, Yarim. Yarim. This one he lifts up. Zeh Yashpil with Zeh Yarim. This one he puts down, and this one he lifts up. Full of the verse. Ki Elohim Shofet. Zeh Yashpil with Zeh Yarim. Zeyashpil with Zeyarim. Here, for Elohim is the Shofet, right? Shofet from Shafat, which is to judge, right? To govern, to judge, right? To govern, to judge, right? For Elohim is the judge. Ze Yashpil. Yashpil come from Shafal, Shapal, Shapel, Shapil, right? Shafel, right? Yashpil, Yashfil, right? Shafal means to become low, to sink, to be humble. This one he humbles. But it's like bringing low, not in humble sense, but in the sense of the verb here, yashpil, is the hefil sense of shafal, right? To lay, to bring low, to humiliate. This one he abashes, right? He says, sit down, right? He sinks, he depresses. The sense of this one is like, this one he puts down to say he humiliates them. That's what we get the sense even in when we talk about the Lucifer verse and how it links with the fool, the word for fool or madman, right? That's the sense you see in the narrative. Ze yashpil, right? Ze yashpil, yashpil. This one he puts down with ze yarim. And this one he ream, right? The ream here from the hefil sense, he raises up, right? He sets on high, right? We have this in other Psalms, right? Namely Psalm 147, right? Psalm 147, around about the fifth, sixth verse. And in First Samuel, First Shemuel is a good example. First Samuel, Shemuel, that connects with the Hannah, right? Part of this psalm there. First Samuel chapter 2, verse 7. So here, once again, right? This same verse, Ki Elohim Shofet, Zeyashpil, with Zeyarim. Here, Chabarim. Here, the Chait verse, right? Here we're at the 8th verse to complete this section. Man's fate is in the hand, right, of Elohim, the Shofet, the judge of judges. For in the hand of Yahweh. Now see, here we have the covenant name, the Hashem name, right? This psalm, as the psalms in the biblical Hebrew, shows a proper use of the divine names and attributes, right, in the proper proportion, right, as a judgment psalm. Now at this particular point here, right, this is proper. For in the hand of Yahweh, right, a cup, a chalice, and the wine, KJV says, is red. It is full of mixture, and he pours out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked, all the ratchet, the defiant of the earth, shall wring out drink, right? And that's the sense of it. The last part is drink, not and drink them, but it's like all the rats of the earth shall wring out drink. Almost like wring out what they'll do, and then you turn directly and give them a command, drink, like drink. You know what I mean? Go ahead, drink. Here, the Hebrew, ki kosa biyad Yahweh, we yayina hamara malaya mesek. Wa yagera mize ak shemareha yimsua yishtua kola rish'ei aretz. Kol rish'ei aretz. Here. So what do we have in this verse? Right? In this verse here, there is a difference here. Hear this for a moment from the Hebrew, right? Just seem to bring out this in a Hebrew sense. For in the hand of Yahweh, there is a cup or chalice, right? There is a kos, a cup, right? With foaming wine full of mixture, right? So here they say the yayin is wine, right? Wine, yayin, right? They say that wine is khamar. Khamar is not red. Khamar means to foam. You see what I'm saying? So I said the wine is red. No, it's foaming, right? It's foaming. It's troubled. It's turmoil. In a sense, it can be reddened, but you see the sense of this word is boiling up, right? To ferment with scum, right? To ferment, right? It can have an aspect of the glow of redness, right? But hear this translation more directly from the Hebrew. For the hand of Yahweh, for in the hand of Yahweh, right? For in the hand of he who be, here kikos for a cup, the Hebrew kikos for a chalice, kikos biyad Yahuwah. When a chalice is in the hand of Yahweh, for a cup or chalice in the hand of Yahweh, with yayin, and the wine, chamar, right? And the wine is foaming, chamar, right? Malaya mesek, malay, full of mesek, right? So mesek is mixture, mesek, right? It is Malay Mesek, right? Is full of Mesek, right? Is full of mixture, right? And he poureth out of the same, right? That part there, yeah, that part there. Where Yagera Mizeh, where Yagir, right? He pours out, Nagar, right? To flow, to pour, right? Yagera, right? Pours out mizeh, zeh means of this, like of this. And he pours out mizeh from this. He pours out mizeh. He pours out from this. The more better in the Hebrew, he pours out not of the same, but like from this, mizeh, right? Surely, for sure. Indeed. Shemareha. Shemareha. Right? Shemareha yimsu yishtu. So surely, indeed, the dregs thereof, the dregs, right? So what's the word for dregs? The shemer. Shemer is the lees, the dregs, the lees, right? The settlings, right? The settlings. You know, like what settles at the bottom, right? You know what settles at the bottom in that sense, right? For sure. Shemareha, her, actually it says her dregs, her lees, right? You know, the settlement at the bottom. All the wicked of the earth shall drain them, shall like suck them, shall drain them and drink, right? Shall drain them and drink, right? This here is bringing out the Hebrew sense of shemareha, yimsu. So when it says shall wring them out, that's a nice word, right? But matzah means to drain out. They shall suck, right? They shall suck out. You see, Strong's got it right? They shall suck out. Yimsu, right? Indeed. Shemareha. So the dregs that are in the cup, right? Her dregs, right? Shemareha, yimsu, they shall suck. Yishtu, they shall suck like suck when they drink, right? You know, the sense, shata, yishtu, they shall drink, right? Who's the they that shall drink? Call all rish'ei aretz, all of the wicked, the rasha, right? Of the eretz, right? Of the aretz, of the land, of the earth. So I just want to bring that out to bring out a little more better, because like the red and more in the fuller sense of it, the dregs, right? Also the idea of wring them. You know, when you wring something, like you washing clothes and you wring them out, right? That's a different sense here. Matzah, to drain out, right? Or to suck out, to squeeze out, right? And they shall drink. What's being said here is speaking about the chalice, the cup, right? You know, it says that the King of Kings puts a cup in the hand of Babylon, right? You know, that Elohim puts a cup in the hand of Babylon. Yahweh puts a cup. In that is the wine of staggering, as we have in Psalm 60, round about verse 4, verse 5, rendering those who drink it mentally and physically helpless. Again, in Psalm 60, round about verse 4, verse 5, there is, and then elsewhere in the scripture, there's what's called the wine of staggering. The wine of staggering renders those who drink it mentally and physically helpless. Another key about this, it's full of what? Mixture. What is in that cup? You know what I mean? You know, what is in that cup, right? Here, the mixture, some would say, is of spices, right? In ancient times, sometimes they will mix certain spices with wine. Some people still do it today, right? The effect being to make the drink even more intoxicating. So you get more drank or more drunk. You know what I mean? More drank for your drunk, right? They shall drain them, right? Last key word here. KJV says, shall wring them out. Matzah, right? We have right here. Where's the verse right here? Where's the verse? Beyond Yahuwah, oh, Yimsu. They shall drain out. What do we have here? Matzah, right? Matzah, right? As a verb, matzah, right? Yimsu. In Isaiah 51 and 17, there's a good verse in Isaiah 51 and 17, where the same imagery, the same word picture is used of Israel, right? Is used of Yisrael, even the Beta Israel, who had drunk deep, right? Israel, the Israelites, had drunk deep of the cup of Yahweh's wrath, right? Of Yahweh's fury, right? Of Eloheinu's fury. So right here, right? Once again, the full of this verse. Kikos biyada Yahweh, we yayina chamar, maleya mesek, wa yagera mizeh, ak, shemareha yimtsu, yishtu, kol rish'ei aretz, kol Yish, call Rish'e, the ratchet ones of the land, all the ratchet ones of the earth. So lastly but not leastly here we have the 8th, right? Here we have the 9th to the 10th verse, KJV wise, to conclude today's daily psalm right here. Interesting at that verse there, that verse there, what was it, verse 8 in the KJV, verse 9 in the Hebrew, but the last verse there, for the hand of Yahweh, right? In the hand of Yahweh is a chalice, right? With foaming wine, full of mixture. He poureth out from this. He poureth out from this, right? Surely the dregs, the lees thereof, or surely her dregs, right? All the rats of the earth shall suck and drink, shall suck it and drink it. You know what I mean? Here, or drain it, if you please, right? Tomato. But here, to this last section, is the triumph of the righteous, the right choice, right? What's the right choice, right? Right? The King of Kings highway, the way, the truth, and life of Yeshua HaMoshiach. So here, 9th and 10th verse, the triumph of the righteous. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 75, Mizmor Ein, hey, the nation's gratitude. The nation, speaking about Amo Yisrael, I. Triumph of the righteous. KJV says, but I will declare, but the Hebrew is, and I, and as for I, after that last verse, he says, and as for I, wa'ani, no but I, but wa and ani. And as for I, and I, right, like on the other hand, and I, talking about how the rats of the earth shall drink, right, shall drain it and drink, right, wa'ani, as for I, like I, on the other hand, wa'ani agid, I will declare, wa'ani agid le olam, I will declare forever. I will declare to time out of mind forever, in perpetuity. Wa'ani agid le olam, right? Azamra, I will chant Psalms, Mizmor, Azamra, I will chant psalms. Azamra, chant Isis. Azamra, lelohe Yaakov, lelohe Yaakov, lelohe Yaakov. I will chant Isis. I will chant psalms to the Elohim of Jacob. Lelohe, le to Elohe, the Elohim of Yaakov, Yaakov of Jacob. Here, here, here. As for me, KJV says, but I, really, and I will declare. Wa'ani agid. Agid comes from Nagad. Agid, I will, Nagad. Agid, I will tell. I will make known. I will announce. I will report. I will expound. I will inform. I will publish. I will proclaim. Also, I will acknowledge, confess. Right? Here, here, here. Right? I will manifest figuratively to announce. But notice what it says right there. Agid from Nagad, right? Nagad, to announce, to manifest, figuratively to announce. Look at the parenthetical. Always by word of mouth to one present, right? Specifically to expose, to predict, to explain, to praise, right? So it's from the Nagad that we even get the Haggadah, right? The Haggadah, the telling of the narrative, right? Wa'ani agid, agid, I will do it. Wa'ani agid li olam. Notice it says li olam, for long duration, right? You know, till time out of mind, right? To time past, to time future, right? To time indefinite, right? To time out of mind, right? Generally, time out of mind, past or future. Wa'ani agid li olam. Azamra, here, 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 right? The psalmist as his people's spokesman. So at this point, the Wa'ani Agid, even when we say Wa'ani Agid or you say Wa'ani Agid, the I will declare, I and I will declare, right? Here the psalmist is declaring, right, that he is his people's spokesman, right? As each of we are also those who are of our people, we are that spokesman. Declare, right? Agid, Agid. The object to be understood, right? Notice where it says, I will declare forever. Have you noticed that there's no object there? You know, an object, subject, object, you know, like subject, object. So we have a subject, wa'ani. We have a verb, agid, declare. But what's the object? Li olam just means till time out of mind, to time indefinite, the sense of forever, right? Wa'ani agid. But the object is not here. So the object should be understood in the context of the psalm, right? With the very first verse, right? Where did it speak about in the first verse? It says, men tell of thy wondrous works, right? Thy male name is near. Wik arob shemeka, si peru nifalaoteka. So here, what he will declare is connected with the wondrous works, nifalaoteka. Although the object is not there. So he said, I will declare forever. Question: what will I declare forever? The beginning of the psalm, where he says about Niflaoteka, where he says, they will tell of thy wondrous works. Siparu, Niflaoteka, of your marvelous works, your works past finding out, right? Hard to comprehend. You know what I mean? How does water and fire, you know what I mean, exist in the same space? One doesn't burn the other does not wash away the other. You know what I mean? How do you explain it? Of course, you can study, right? Here, forever, as some take forever as long as one live, li olam. And that can be also applied there to time out of mind. Who knows the time? But here, even the psalmist here is still declaring. Think about it. Because as we pick up the chant, we are still declaring. So he is still declaring, even to time out of mind, right? Even past one's lifetime. But the context, some can bring out as long as one lives. Wani agid le olam, right? Azamra, azamra, right? I will chant. The sense here is zamar. I will sing, chant, right? Here's like the chant, like verses with accompanying music, right? Through the sense of striking the fingers, like the harps, or the twang, right? Of another musical instrument, a guitar. But this sense of chanting Isis was like accompanied by like musical instrument, right? Azam Ra le Lohe Yaakov, chant Isis to the Elohim of Jacob. Here to the fulfillment verse, the Yod Aleph, in other versions here to the 10th verse, all the horns of the wicked also will I cut off. The horns of the righteous shall be exalted. Ah, it's interesting here the change, right? Isn't it interesting here the change to the I, right? As for I will declare forever. I will sing praises, Isis, to the Elohim of Jacob, right? All the horns of the defiant, the wicked, right? The criminally guilty, right? Also will I cut off. You see that right there? Also will I cut off, right? And it says the horns of the righteous, right, shall be exalted. So here, last verse here, we're called with and call, or vikol, vichol, some say vichol, vichol karne, right, vichol karne rishaim, we're called, right, karne, and all the karne in the Hebrew, right, is keren, in the constructive sense of karne means the horns of. So something has to follow. Karne, right? We're called in all the karne, the horns of Rishaim, and all the horns of the ratchet, the Rishaim, right? The Rasha, right? The wicked, the criminally guilty, right? Wicked, criminally guilty, the wrong, the bad. The true sense of this is like the defiant, right? The defiant. We call like Arneya Rishaim, Agadeya. He says Agadeya. What is Agadeya? Agadeya. Here we have Gada'a, 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 Gada. To cut, to chop down, to hew down, right? To chop down, to hew down. Agadeya, right? I will chop down, like to fell a tree, like if you're chopping down a tree, right? Not like a small cut, but you're chopping down a tree. So it says, all the horns of the wicked also will I cut off. Wakal karnea rishaim agadea. Tiromamna karnota tzadika. Tiromamna, right? And the horns is in the feminine sense, right? The horns, right? The horns, the karnot, right? The horns, the feminine sense, tiromamna karno. So the horns of the righteous will be exalted. Exalted the horns of the righteous. Tiromamna, they feminine, like they female, right? Tiromamna karnot, the horns, tzadik, right, of the righteous. So the horns of the righteous, right? And here we have the word righteous here is righteous in the singular sense. I want to point that out. It's not like tzadikim. Tzadikim is like righteous ones, like when we say the righteous ones, the tzadikim. Here it has a tzadik. Tzadik is to say the righteous, right? Or righteous one in a singularity, the tzaddik, right? Which is kind of interesting because it has rishaim. Rishaim, you could say rasha as a singular to qualify even many, but it has rishaim, the horns of the wicked, right? I will cut down, I will chop down, but the horns of the righteous, right? They shall be exalted. So horns, once again, horns, the two use of horns. So even the horns are not bad. One might think because of El Canudo or the devil's horns or hook 'em high or whatever, but the horns are not always evil, right? The horns are not evil, but the context is what matters. the horns of the wicked. Remember earlier on they was told, right, not to lift them up, right? So they keep them up, like in verse, what was that verse? Verse 4 and 5, right? In verse 4 and 5. So here the Karen, right? The Karen, the instruments of aggressive and destructive power, right? The instrument of aggressive and destructive power. But the word is using the variety of senses here, but it's clear the context, right? The National Geographic kind of sense, of the animals going at it. You know what I'm saying? With their horns. So the horns are the instrument of aggressive and destructive power, right? So the horns of the ratchet, of the wicked, right? Agadeya, right? Here we have Agadeya, Agadeya from Gada, Gada. Gada is to be chopped down, right? Will I cut off or will I hew down, like chop down? By a sudden transition, right? There's a sudden transition that's common in Hebrew, right? Especially biblical Hebrew. The subject may be, right? The subject may be Yahweh Eloheinu, right? But more naturally, right, in the flow of the psalm, it's the psalmist. It's Ani, it's I, and Ani va'ani, it's I and I, as the representatives of the people, right? Whoever is like bringing forward the eyes is, who speaks with the confidence and that surety, right? Always faithful, always sure. That surety that Yahweh Eloheinu, right, is Yisrael's ally, right? That Elohim Ha'av, that God the Father, is Yisrael, the Beta Israel's ally in the campaign against wickedness, in the campaign against ratchetness, right? And so the righteous here, as we mentioned, it's like the righteous in the sense of the righteous one, not the righteous ones. Check. In the first part of the sentence, all the horns of the wicked ones, right? Also will I cut off, or agadeya, right? I will chop down, right? Then it says teromamna, right? Karnot, right? Being exalted, the karnot, the horns, right? Karnot Tzaddik, the horns of the righteous one. So the righteous one in this context is like Yisrael, the Beta Israel versus the world, versus the nations, right? So the Rishaim, on that case, the nations, and then the Yisrael, especially the Yisrael of Elohim, right? Elohim Ha'ab, right? So the righteous here, last part right here, the Tzaddik, right? The Tzaddik, the righteous, the lawful, the just, right? Israel, Yisrael, the wicked, the Rasha, being in the historical interpretation of the song, right? Being Assyria, right? Being Assyria. So last verse right here, we call a Karnea Rishaim, Agadeya, Teromamna Karnot Tzadik. Teromamna Karnot Tzadik. Teromamna Karnot Tzadik. Here. Lift up the horn, lift up the head. Whoa. Here. Let's see. Pray the eye. Whoa. Here we go. Check this out for a moment.
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
מנחל בדרך ישתה על כן ירים
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
מנחל בדרך ישתה על כן ירים
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Yes, 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 yes.
מזמור עין ה' למנצח אל תשחט, מזמור לאסף, שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים, הודינו וקרוב שמך, סיפרו נפלאותיך. כי אקח מועד, אני משרים אשפוט. נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה, אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה סלע. אמרתי להוללים, אל תהולו, ולרשעים אל תרימו קרן. אל תרימו למרום קרניכם, תדברו וצוואר עתק. כי לא ממוצא וממערב, ולא ממדבר הרים, כי אלוהים שופט, זה ישפיל וזה ירים. כי חוס ביד אדוני, ויין חמר מלא מסך, ויגר מזה, אך שמריה ימצו ישתו כל רשעי ארץ. ואני אגיד לעולם, הזמרה לאלוהי יעקב, וכל קרני רשעים אגדיה, תרוממנה קרנות צדיק.
Psalm 75. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works declare. When I shall receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly. And to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high. Speak not with a stiff neck. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted, 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 shall be exalted.
מזמור עין ה' למנצח אל תשחט, מזמור לאסף, שיר. הודינו לך אלוהים, הודינו וקרוב שמך, סיפרו נפלאותיך. כי אקח מועד, אני משרים אשפוט. נמוגים ארץ וכל יושביה, אנוכי תיקנתי עמודיה סלע. אמרתי להוללים, אל תהולו, ולרשעים אל תרימו קרן. אל תרימו למרום קרניכם, תדברו וצוואר עתק. כי לא ממוצא וממערב, ולא ממדבר הרים, כי אלוהים שופט, זה ישפיל וזה ירים. כי חוס ביד אדוני, ויין חמר מלא מסך, ויגר מזה, אך שמריה ימצו ישתו כל רשעי ארץ. ואני אגיד לעולם, הזמרה לאלוהי יעקב, וכל קרני רשעים אגדיה, תרוממנה קרנות צדיק.
Yes, yes, yes. Lila Tov, Lila Tov. Lila Tov, good night. Boker Tov, a good rise. Have a good day. Looking forward to the eve for Purim coming forward. Yes, here. Yes, I. Shalom, brothers and sisters and brothers, by Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here on the outro, since it's a judgment theme, Chabarim. Here's Queen Omega. Judgment here on the outro. Lila Tov, have a good night, good rest, refresh, a blessed rise, a good day in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I. Be well. Here, outro, Queen Omega. Judgment.
From the judgment. Watch your things when you do and what you say, hey. You can't run from the judgment. Serious time, no time for play, hey. You can't run from the judgment. Can't run, can't hide. Do unto others as you'll have them do unto you. Life is a cycle and I know it's true. Anything you do coming right back to you. Many are called but the chosen are few. Make sure say your power with the righteous crew. Or never indulge up in a pork stew. Eat the idol stew, that's at the right brew. Healthy foods keep you pure and new. Say a prayer every day just to keep you in line. Remember me tell you it's a judgment time. Open your eyes and stop being blind. Seek and you search, surely will find. Selassie never wrought with abundance and sign. Work hard for yours and I'll work for mine. Show some love and be kind. Stop from your crime. Tell you could and never ever get left behind. No, can't run from the judgment. According to your works you'll be paid. Hey, can't run from the judgment. Watch your things when you do and what you say. Hey, you can't run from the judgment. Serious time, no time for play. Hey, you can't run from the judgment. Can't run, can't hide. Things that I see done see, so it don't make sense you run. What you gonna do now your judgment come? You eat up your bread and give the youths them the crumb. You drink up your wine and have all the fun. Tell me who give the people the gun. Tell me who's gonna get the fire burn. Whether from flames or it a come from the sun. You woulda never know from whence it a come. Unlike a bomb it a fi bring bad fire. Can't escape, get caught in the wire. Wicked man, full time you expire. Sucking me blood like a damn vampire. No matter what I want, can this thing deny ya? I will keep going higher. Higher like the one Jeremiah, Obadiah, Hezekiah, Nehemiah, Zechariah. What? Can't run from the judgment. According to your works you'll be paid. Hey, can't run from the judgment. Watch your things when you do and what you say. Hey, can't run from the judgment. Serious time, no time for play. Hey, can't run from the judgment. Can't run, can't hide. Run to the mountain walk heavier. Run to the sea and the sea walk down ya. Run to the rocks and the rocks walk rush ya. Run to the hills but it can't hide ya. No matter where you run it'll find ya. Nowhere to go, nowhere to shelter. Judgment I follow your like a reminder. And a bad finder get minced like a grinder. Do unto others as you